The dead always listened. The thought came to Eddard Stark as he stood in the crypts of Winterfell with a torch guttering in his hand, the flame a small, stubborn thing in the chill. Stone wolves crouched over stone kings and lords, their eyes worn smooth by time. Dust hung in the air, disturbed by his passing, ghost-fine and weightless, like the snow that would soon come down from the wall. He stopped before Lyanna's statue. The sculptor had never known her, but somehow he had caught something of the girl she'd been. The proud tilt of the chin, the strands of hair that had refused to be tamed, the sadness that seemed carved into the set of her mouth. The garland of stone winter roses lay frozen upon her lap, forever fresh, forever dead. "Robert is coming," Ned said quietly, as if she might chide him for talking too softly. With half his court, and all his appetites, his breath misted in the cold. The torch hissed and spat. "He wants me to be his hand," he went on. "He wants the North made small so that I can sit a little taller at his side. Jon Arryn is dead. There's talk of Lannisters everywhere. 1,000 choices, and everyone feels wrong." The words echoed against the stone, thin and lonely beside all the quiet. He had come to the crypts to find calm and left his thoughts behind him like muddy footprints, trailing from Catelyn's worried eyes and Maester Luwin's mutterings about ravens to the harsh, sour taste in his own mouth when he thought of the South. Of King's Landing, of the Red Keep and its redder memories, of a tower in the dawn with 7 blades and a bed of blood. He closed his eyes. "Tell me what is right," he whispered, though he had never expected an answer that was not his own. Silence thickened. The air grew colder still. His fingers tightened on the torch haft until his knuckles whitened, and in the wavering light, Lyanna's stone eyes seemed to glisten. Snow, he thought. Just snow on the stone. Except no snow fell in the crypts. Ned's eyelids fluttered. The world tilted. He felt the chill pass through him like a spear of ice, not from the stones around him, but from somewhere older and deeper. The torchlight smeared and lengthened until it was a river of fire pouring along the floor, licking around the bases of the statues, climbing the carved wolves. A wind rose from nowhere, smelling of leaf mold and iron, of distant pine forests and the sharp tang of blood and snow. He heard leaves whispering overhead, though there were none in the crypts. The dead listened, and something else listened with them. The torch slipped from his fingers. As it struck the ground, the flame flared, then drowned in darkness. For an instant, there was nothing. Then there was everything. He stood on the courtyard stones before Winterfell's great hall, his breath clouding the air, the years heavy on his shoulders, and the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him. The portcullis of the main gate was rising. Hooves thundered against hard-packed earth. Above the gate, the direwolf of Stark snapped in the wind. Beneath it came the crowned stag of Baratheon, black upon gold. Robert rode first, a mountain of a man gone soft around the edges. Black hair gone to gray, and his temples threaded with white. His face split in a grin, and the sound that burst from his chest was as rough and booming as it had ever been on the field of war. "Fat," he called. "Old, tired, and still prettier than you, Ned." Ned felt his own mouth curve, though his stomach was a knot. He knew this. He had lived this. He saw the moment coming like a sword swinging through the air and could not move aside. "Your Grace," he said, and went to one knee in the snow. Robert dismounted with a grunt. "Get up, you great fool, before my knees give out in sympathy." The king hauled him to his feet and crushed him in an embrace that smelled of sweat and wine and long-ago battlefields. "God, it's good to see that ugly face." They said all the things they had said before. The laughter, the claps on the back, the shy curtsies of daughters, the stiff courtesy of sons. They feasted and drank, and laughter echoed against the ancient stone. The next morning, Robert took him down into the crypts and stood before Lyanna's tomb with his eyes shining and his fists clenched, mourning the woman he had never truly known. "Be my hand," he said there, voice thick. "I need you, Ned. I don't trust these people south of the neck. They're snakes and spiders, every last one. You, I can trust. You're my friend." and Ned felt the truth of that, like a blade between the ribs. He remembered Jon Arryn's gentle hand on his shoulder the day he and Robert had first ridden south. He remembered the man lying cold and still on a bed of stone in some distant vault. He remembered promises, blood, and ashes. He saw Catelyn's face in his mind's eye, and Robb's, and Jon's, and Winterfell's gray walls. He saw Lyanna's closed stone eyes. Deserve and must warred within him. And honor was a weight that shifted and cut either way. "I will," he heard himself say, as he had said before. Yes, the world whispered around him, as if the crypts themselves had spoken. The torchlight flared crimson behind his closed eyes. He saw King's Landing rise up around him, red walls baking beneath a pitiless southern sun, streets that stank of sewage and the press of too many people, a sprawl of tiled roofs and terracotta and canvas. The Red Keep perched atop Aegon's high hill like some great predatory beast. He saw Jaime Lannister on the steps by the throne with his lazy smile and lion's hair, and Cersei's green eyes watching from behind her gauze of courtesy. He heard the sharp, nasty laughter of Joffrey and the soft, distant voices of the small council plotting over gold and grain and patience. He walked again through the familiar nightmare. Jon Arryn's death, pettier Baelish's sly half-truths, Catelyn's tremulous hands clutching a dagger and a secret in a brothel's shuttered room. The boy tumbling from a tower in Winterfell, limbs jerking, hope shattering in the snow. He followed the trail of bastards. Saw Robert's easy sins written in black hair upon brown faces and pale. He watched the puzzle pieces fit together with a horrible clicking inevitability. Black hair, black hair, black hair, and 3 gold-headed children with lion's eyes. He remembered the words he had spoken to Cersei that day, in the godswood of the Red Keep, the whisper of leaves over stone. "When the king returns from his hunt, I will tell him all of this," he had said. "You must take your children and go." He had thought himself merciful. He had thought, "Seven, help him." He had thought he was being kind. He watched himself confront her again, with all the old bitterness twisting her beautiful face. Watched her smile, that thin, cold smile that never reached her eyes. Heard her say, "When you play at thrones, you win or you die." Though not in those exact words. The meaning was the same. He saw Robert ride out to hunt, fat and loud, spear in hand and wine on his breath. Saw him come back white-faced and torn, carried between men. Saw him sign a will that named, "My friend, Lord Eddard Stark, regent to Joffrey of his blood," not understanding that those last words made a lie of everything. He watched himself refuse Renly's counsel, refuse Littlefinger's plan to use the city watch in some shadowy bid for control. He had thought himself above their scheming, a man of the north untouched by southern treachery. He had thought honor would suffice. He saw the gold cloaks turn on him in the throne room, cudgels cracking bone. He saw the spear butt strike his leg, smelled the iron of his own blood. He heard the roar of the crowd at the great sept, felt the rough stone beneath his knees, the weight of 1,000 hostile eyes. Saw the sword flash, heard the cruel boy king's thin voice. "Ser Ilyn?" Joffrey said. "Bring me his head." Ned felt the cold bite of steel upon his neck again, felt his body falling away. He watched the sky wheel, blue and distant, as everything else fell into shadow. He thought of Catelyn's hands on his, of Robb's solemn eyes, of Arya with her tangled hair and Bran wanting to see the world from the very top of it, of Rickon's small fingers curled in his cloak. He thought of Jon, always Jon, standing in the snow with Ghost at his side and questions in his eyes that Ned had never answered. He thought, "I have failed them all." And then the world cracked. The sword's edge became another sharp white line. The end of the sky became the underside of a stone arch, the scent of southern dust giving way to the cold, dry breath of Winterfell's crypts. He was standing again before Lyanna's statue. His heart pounded against his ribs as if seeking escape. His neck ached as though bruised. The torch lay at his feet where it had fallen, still burning, its light steady and sane. Ned staggered, reaching a hand out to brace himself against the carved wolf at Lyanna's feet. He knew that death. He knew the taste of it. He had carried it with him for years in restless dreams. But this had been more than dream. The choices had felt solid beneath his feet, the consequences as real as the stone beneath his hand now. Above him, the ceiling of the crypt seemed to breathe. "Is this madness?" he whispered. Something answered, not in words, but in a sensation like distant drums beneath the earth, the weight of old roots twisting through black soil. The presence was vast and cold and patient as the long night. His breath misted. In the corner of his eye, he thought he saw movement along the curve of the tunnel. A suggestion of antlers, perhaps, or a raven's dark wing. But when he turned his head, there was nothing there but shadows and stone. Another future, the darkness seemed to murmur. Another branch. Ned closed his eyes. The world turned. He stood again in the God's Wood on the day Robert arrived. Snow clung to the gray trunks of the trees and lay in soft, uneven blankets upon the ground, crunching under boots. Frost rimed the surface of the black pool beneath the heart tree, its reflection broken and scattered by the cold. Red leaves stirred on branches that should have been still, whispering secrets to one another. He watched himself walk past, younger by days, unaware, heading for the outer gate to greet the king. He followed, unseen, as if he were nothing but a thought moving in his own wake. Robert rode in once more, all bluster and japes, crushing Ned in a drunken embrace. "Be my hand," he said again later, in the crypts between stone and regret. "You are the only man I trust." Ned felt the words rise in his throat. "I will," and found they would not pass his lips. Instead, he heard himself say, "I cannot." The king's laugh faltered. "Cannot?" Robert's brow twisted into a half-frown. "What nonsense is this?" "I am of the North," Ned said. It was as if some other part of him had taken hold of his tongue, but the words were his, and they were true. "My place is here at Winterfell. My people depend on me. I do not know your court, your councils, your intrigues. They killed Jon Arryn. They will chew me up and spit me out, and you with me." "Hey." Robert's mouth worked. Hurt flickered there, raw and unguarded, before anger rose to smother it. "I came all this way," he said, hand clenching on the pommel of his sword. "I brought my queen, my children. I brought half the bloody kingdom to your door, and you tell me you will not help me." "I will help as I can," Ned said quietly, "but not by leaving my own house leaderless. Take Stannis as your hand. He is dutiful, and he will see what others do not. Or Jaime Lannister, if you love his wit so well. But I must refuse you." "No, I." Robert stared at him for a long moment. Something broke in the king's eyes then. A bridge, perhaps, or the fragile truce that had stood between them since Lyanna's death. "You're still the same," Robert said finally, voice rough. "Cold as these damn stones. Jon Arryn was more a father to me than anyone, and he's gone, and you would rather sit up here in the snow than stand at my side. So be it, keep your gods and your ghosts. I'll find another hand." He turned on his heel and stalked away, his footsteps echoing through the crypts. Torchlight dwindled, shadows swallowing his broad back. Ned stood rooted, his refusal ringing in the air like a curse. Days passed in a blur of strained courtesies. The feast was held, but the laughter was brittle and brief. Cersei's smiles were thin and sharp. Joffrey sulked and glowered, offended by imagined slights. Sansa cried herself to sleep over a betrothal that never came to be. Arya vanished more than once, reappearing with snow in her hair and a sullen set to her jaw. When Robert departed, he did not linger in the courtyard to clasp Ned's hand a last time. He mounted his horse in silence, the royal banner snapping overhead like a sentence. "You'll regret this, brother," he said finally, not looking back. Perhaps, Ned thought, watching him go. But the words stayed unspoken. The royal procession wound away down the King's Road, bright banners shrinking into distant scraps of color against the white. Winterfell returned to its life. Snow fell. Men trained in the yard. Maester Luwin muttered over ravens and accounts. Robb wore responsibility like a hauberk that was still too large for him. Jon stood out by the practice yard one dawn with Ghost at his side and a restless hunger in his eyes, talking of the wall and of purpose. Ned gave him leave to take the black with a heavy heart. Benjen came down from the wall to escort the boy north. He spoke in private of strange things. Dead men rising, shadows beyond the trees, a chill that had little to do with weather. "We are stretched thin," Benjen said. "The king's peace is not what it was. Wildlings push harder. There is something in the woods, Ned. I can feel it. I will send you men," Ned said, "when I can spare them." But winter came down with teeth that year. Crops failed farther north. There were whispers of wolves in numbers not seen in generations. Raids along the neck, bold and bloody. Manderley and White Harbor wrote of Lannister galleys docking in his harbor, demanding ships and grain in the king's name, while giving nothing in return. Word came south like slow thunder. Robert had named his hand. Tywin Lannister re-emerged from Casterly Rock like a lion from its cave. Gold flowed into King's Landing like a river. With it came swords and flatterers and quiet men with sharper knives. The small folk cursed rising taxes and conscription. The Storm Lords muttered at being passed over in favor of a Westerland's lord they did not love. The Reach watched and smiled its green, calculating smile. Stannis remained on Dragonstone, unconsulted and furious. Jon's letters from the wall spoke of emptier halls, fewer brothers, longer shadows. Then they stopped entirely. Years passed. Robert died all the same. This time, it was not a hunt that killed him but his own heart, bursting in his chest after a fit of fury over some minor slight. Joffrey took the throne with Tywin's hand in his hair and Cersei's fingers on his shoulder. The boys' cruelty grew like a weed watered by their indulgence. The lion's banner flew openly beside the stag's now without even the pretense of deference. Edicts came northward stamped with royal seals. Grain levies. Men for the royal army. Demands that the great houses present themselves at court to swear anew. "He will make hostages of us," Catelyn said one night, voice low and tight, firelight carving lines of worry into her face. "You know what Tywin did at the end of the rebellion. If Robb goes south, he may not return. If you go, I will not go," Ned said. He stood at the window, watching snow drift in slow, soft sheets, smudging the contours of the courtyard below. "Let them call it rebellion if they must. I am done sending Starks to feed Lannister pride." "And if they march?" Catelyn asked. "Then we will meet them at the neck," Ned said quietly. "Where the old kings always did." The ravens flew and flew. In the south, lines were drawn. The north and Riverlands declared themselves closed to the crown's demands. The Vale muttered about neutrality. The Reach courted the crown with one hand and weighed its own advantage with the other. Renly whispered among the Storm Lords. Stannis sharpened his grievances like knives. What little aid the Night's Watch might have had from the south vanished in the smoke of these quarrels. Letters warning of dead men and cold winds went unread, unopened, unanswered. When the first true winter storm came shrieking down out of the far north, it brought more than snow. They came in the dark, moving through the trees like wind. Rangers vanished. Whispers spread along the wall of blue eyes gleaming in the night, of blades that shattered steel. Benjen's last letter was a single page spattered with something that might have been melted wax, or might have been something thicker. "Send men," it said. "Send fire. Send anything." Ned read it in the dim light of his solar, with the wind howling like a live thing outside. He sent what he could, hard-eyed men from the Barrowlands and the mountain clans, boys who had never seen beyond Winterfell's walls. It would never be enough. Winterfell felt different as that winter deepened. Fires seemed smaller. Shadows stretched longer. The God's Wood stood silent beneath its blanket of snow, the red leaves of the heart tree like open wounds against the white. Then came the word that the wall had fallen in the east. It arrived not by raven but by rumor. a line of wild-eyed, frost-bitten men stumbling into last hearth, babbling about ice spiders big as hounds and a cold that burned the flesh like fire. Mance raiders scattered folk, looking for shelter in a world that had no more to give. Ned rode north with every man he could scrape together. Robb rode at his side, jaw clenched and eyes wide. They found what was left of Eastwatch by the sea, half buried in snow and broken stone. Beyond it, to the far horizon, the sea smoked, half frozen, as if the ocean itself had taken a wound. They saw them at dawn on the second day, a line of figures moving through the snow, too straight and too slow for living men. The wind dropped for a heartbeat. The cold that fell upon them was absolute. "Back," Ned heard himself say. "Back to the wall. We make our stand on stone, or not at all." They did. It was not enough. Fire burned. Steel broke. Men died with the names of their children on their lips. Ned lost sight of Robb in the chaos, found him again with ghosts tearing at the throat of a thing that moved like a man, but had no breath, eyes burning cold and blue. There were not enough torches in the world to hold that winter back. They fell, one by one. Ned died on the wall, sword in hand, snow in his beard, the ice beneath his boots cracking like glass. As the cold swallowed him, he looked north and saw a tide of blue-white flames sweeping south, and beyond it flickers of other banners, other thrones, all swallowed in turn. The world shuddered. He was in the crypts again. His hands shook. His breath came ragged. His cheeks were wet, and he could not say if it was sweat or tears. Lyanna's stone face gazed down at him unchanged, indifferent to the worlds in which she had died and died again. "What do you want from me?" Ned whispered, voice hoarse. "How many times must I fail?" He pressed his forehead to the cold stone of the carved wolf and closed his eyes. Behind them, something vast and old watched. There were other choices. It whispered in the rustle of unseen leaves. "Other branches. You have walked the path of refusal and the path of honor unbending. There are more." Images flickered in the darkness like lightning glimpsed behind clouds. Ned saw himself in King's Landing again, but this time he did not go to Cersei with the truth. He went to Stannis to send word. He went to the Gold Cloaks, but not with Littlefinger's promises. He brought men from the north, quiet and deadly, and he placed them near the Red Keep's gates. He bought loyalty from poorer, hungrier men with coin that did not bear a lion's face. He saw himself stand before Cersei with guards at his back, not alone and bleeding honor. "In the name of King Robert," he said, the ink on the will still wet, "you are under arrest." He watched Joffrey dragged screaming from the throne, his vicious childish outrage silenced with a mailed fist. He saw Tommen and Myrcella weeping, torn from their mother's arms and taken into custody as hostages. Tywin roared from the west and marched, but Stannis sailed from Dragonstone with grim purpose in his eyes, and Renly gathered Rose Knights and Stormlords, and the realm tore itself apart under banners for 3 different kings. King's Landing burned again, in wildfire and dragonfire, both when years later, word came from the east of a girl with silver hair and 3 living dragons. The city's red walls glowed the same furious orange he had seen in his first death. The small folk screamed the same way. It did not matter in whose name the killing was done. He saw himself older in this path, wearier, his beard gone white, standing upon the walls of some shattered city that might have been King's Landing or might have been White Harbor, watching an army of dead things march under a sky that burned green and black and red. Dragons wheeled overhead, shrieking, tearing through clouds of snow and smoke, their fire carving holes in the tide of frost, only for it to flow back in again. Fire and ice, locked in a dance with no room for men caught between. He saw Jon then, eyes dark not with youth's uncertainty, but with a different kind of shadow. A scar along his cheek, a sword at his hip that drank the light around it. Beside him walked a woman with hair like snow and fire both, her eyes old with grief and stubborn hope. They fought, shoulder to shoulder, against something that wore the shape of a man crowned in icicles and darkness. Around them, men died. The wall cracked in every path that did not see it shored up, and nothing he did in the south seemed to change that. Another branch. Ned saw himself in the crypts with Robert again, but this time, instead of talking of Lyanna as a lost princess who smelled of blue roses and summer wine, he told the king the truth. She was no willing bride, he said in that vision. Rhaegar took her. She died because of you and him and all of us, and she died with a child in her arms, Robert. He saw Robert's face darken, saw the fury rise in him, not only at Rhaegar now, but at Ned's long lie. A child? Robert said, voice like a distant storm. You hid a dragon's whelp from me? A child, Ned said. My sister's child. My son, in all ways that matter. He is no threat to you. Me, Emizubisha. No threat? Robert spat. No threat. You think your dragon bastard is not a threat? Every rebel, every old lord with a dusty banner will see Rhaegar's features in his face and whisper that he is the one true king. You've been keeping a sword at my back this whole time, Ned. The argument burned like a forge fire. Shouted words rang against stone. Robert demanded the boy. Ned refused. In that path, their friendship shattered like ice beneath a heavy foot. Steel sang. Blood fell. One of them died with a look of stunned betrayal on his face. In some branches it was Robert, in others Ned, and the realm broke around that fracture either way. Jon was snatched up in the aftermath, used as a banner by one side or another, the Targaryen ghost that justified endless war. In each of those paths, the snow still came. The dead still walked. Blue eyes stared out of the night. Always, always, somewhere at the edge of each vision, beyond the clash of stags and lions and dragons, Ned glimpsed the same cold tide rolling south. It did not care whose sigil flew above the Red Keep. When the vision stuttered and dropped him back into his own body, his knees ached as though he had walked those frozen fields himself. His hands trembled as if they had held blood-slick steel. His heart felt older than his years. Thrones, he whispered into the darkness. Every choice we make bends around them, and the cold still comes. Lyanna's stone face did not answer, but the thing that watched from behind the weirwood roots did. He felt it move at the edge of his thoughts, like roots shifting in deep earth. He felt other presences brush the edges of his mind, a boy falling from a tower and flying, a little girl with a wolf's heart slipping through shadows, a man with his face, older and worn, sitting beneath another tree in another place, eyes white as milk and full of everything. This was not his future alone. The threads of other lives twined around his like strands in a rope. For whom do I choose? He asked, not sure if he was begging or demanding. For my house? For Robert? For Jon? For all of them? Show me the path where they live. The answer was colder than the crypt stones. There is no path where all you love live, it seemed to say, like wind through the leaves. There are paths where more live than others. Paths where the long night breaks or does not. You are not a king, Eddard Stark. You are a hinge. The word hung in him. Hinge. A door that might swing one way or another. A small piece upon which great weight turned. He saw again, in a rush, all the points where his choices pivoted. The moment Robert asked him to be hand. The moment he chose to confront Cersei or not. The moment he chose to hide Jon's parentage or reveal it. The moment he sent his children away or kept them close. The moment he turned his gaze from the wall to the south or the reverse. Show me, he whispered. Show me the path where we meet the cold together, not divided over chairs and crowns. The visions came faster now, flickering around him like leaves whipped in a whirlwind. He saw himself accept Robert's offer, but with different words. I will be your hand, he told the king in the crypts. But hear me, Robert. The realm is rotting, and winter is coming in truth. I must bring the north south with me. I must speak for the wall, and I will not stand alone in that court of yours. In that branch, he did not go alone to King's Landing with 2 daughters. He rode with a column of Northmen at his back, men sworn to him and his house, hard as the earth they tilled, and the snow they hunted in. He brought Maester Luwin's letters warning of strange deaths and colder nights than any living man remembered. He brought Benjen's words engraved upon his own soul. He did not leave Robb entirely unblooded in the north. He sent trusted lords to share the burden, keeping Winterfell strong. In King's Landing, he moved more quietly. He suspected Cersei and Jaime, but he did not show his hand until he had more allies than ghosts. He wrote secretly to Stannis, not just of the bastards or the Queen's infidelity, but of the Wall, of dead things walking, of the need for a king who would look north as well as south. He swallowed pride and went to Renly with courtesy, if not warmth, knowing the Stormlord's charm and the Reach strength would be needed when dragons and dead and lions all came howling. He played the game he despised not for its own sake, but because he had seen what happened when he did not. The visions did not show every conversation, every careful bargain, every sacrificed scruple. They showed flashes, Ned standing in the small council chamber, fists slamming upon a map as he demanded men and grain for the Wall. Stannis glowering across the painted table, Renly's bright eyes narrowing with interest as he heard that glory might be won not just on southern fields, but in song sung of the long night's end. They showed Cersei caged, not killed, her children hostages rather than corpses, a bitter lioness trapped behind golden bars. They showed Littlefinger's smile fade when his plots found no purchase in a court that did not underestimate the quiet Northmen. They showed war still. Tywin would not sit idle while his daughter and grandchildren were held. But war with different lines, different timing, waged by men who had read letters from the far north describing things that made their petty ambitions feel smaller. They showed ravens flying and flying, bearing word of the cold things that came out of the woods. They showed lordlings scoffing, and then ceasing to scoff when a dead man's body, bound and blackening, was brought south, and then rose under a hall's rafters with blue fire in its eyes. They showed fear waking in lords who had thought themselves above fear. They showed oaths sworn not just to kings but to one another, to stand together when the long night fell. In some branches, dragons still came. A girl with silver hair and fire in her blood sailed west, not to conquer but because strange red priests and whispered dreams drew her to a land that needed her dragons. She found, not a realm in the midst of 5 kings' quarrels, but a realm pulling itself together with grim purpose. In some futures, they rejected her and bled for it. In others, she found at Winterfell not an old man clinging to the past, but a lord who had seen too many futures where her absence meant ruin, and offered her his respect and his counsel, if not his fealty. In all the branches where the living stood a chance, Ned saw something common. Lords who looked north instead of merely inward. Men and women who held their petty quarrels like embers, banking them for another day. Because a greater fire, an older cold, loomed. The hinge was whether he lived long enough and loud enough and stubborn enough to turn them. He saw himself die in many of those visions nonetheless. Sometimes in battle beneath a sky, alive with dragon fire and witchlight. Sometimes quietly in his bed years after the long night was broken, with grandchildren squabbling outside his door and the sound of summer rain on the window. Sometimes on a field of snow, sword broken, but with the dead thing before him broken too. In the branches where he died with the long night broken and the wall still standing, Ned realized something strange. It mattered less exactly how he died, or even who wore which crown, than that he had chosen, early and fiercely, to spend his life on that purpose. He was not the hero in those visions. Often the songs would be about others, about Jon on the wall, blade shining with a light that was more than steel, about a girl who moved like a shadow, a woman who rode dragons, a crippled boy who saw through ravens' eyes. It was a story told in their stories, the hard, stubborn lord who had dragged the south to look at the cold and would not let them look away. The visions faded one by one, until he was left again in the crypts, torchlight painting his lined face gold and orange. He sank down to his knees before Lyanna's statue. His joints cracked. His heart hurt, but for the first time since Jon Arryn's death, The hurt had a shape he could use. "You wanted a bed of roses and a crown," he murmured to her stone face. "You got a deathbed and a promise. I've carried it like a chain. I thought the promise was only Jon, but it was more. It was all of them. Every child that would live or die because of what we did." "Nah, Abenti." His hand, big and scarred and clumsy, brushed the stone petals on her lap. "I will not break faith with your son," he said, "but I will not break the world for him either. If he lives to see a summer beyond the long night, that will be enough. It must be enough." The cold presence in the crypt seemed to recede, satisfied. The unseen roots unwound from his thoughts, leaving them his own again, though changed. He picked up the torch. He climbed out of the crypts into Winterfell's chill courtyard, blinking against the gray daylight. Snowflakes spun lazily down from a low sky. Somewhere, a hammer rang on iron. Somewhere else, a child laughed. The heart tree waited in the godswood, its red leaves whispering overhead, though no wind touched Ned's face. He went to it. He knelt in the snow before its pale trunk and laid his sword across his knees. The blade's edge caught the flat winter light, hard and cold. "I have seen enough," he told the carved face, its eyes weeping sap like blood. "I know my road." The tree did not answer, but he felt the quiet settle around him like a cloak. When he rose, his knees ached and his back protested, but his step did not falter. That evening, when the trumpets called down from the towers and the banners of the stag and the lion were seen on the King's Road, Eddard Stark stood beside his family in the courtyard to greet his king. Robert Baratheon rode in as before, heavy in his saddle, laughing, complaining about his aching joints and the long road. He clasped Ned to him, pounding his back, and for a brief moment, it was as if they were young again, two victorious rebels standing on the corpse of a dynasty. Robert said, "Old, and still prettier than you." "I'll not argue the first two," Ned said, managing the barest hint of a smile. "But the third is a lie, and you know it." Catelyn curtsied. Robb bowed. Sansa blushed and Arya scowled, and Bran craned his neck to see everything. Jon stood a little back, as he always did, his eyes taking in the gold and crimson of the Lannister men with a wariness that made Ned's heart twist. Later, in the quiet of the crypts, surrounded by stone and grief, Robert made his plea. "Be my hand," the king said, staring at Lyanna's statue as if she might stir. "You are the only man I trust." Ned looked at him for a long moment, at the lines time had carved around his friend's eyes, at the way his belly strained against his belt, at the weariness in his shoulders. He thought of all the ways he had said yes, and no, and failed. "I will," Ned said. Relief flashed across Robert's features like lightning. "But hear me," Ned said before the king could speak again. "I will come to King's Landing with you and do my duty, but there are conditions." Robert blinked. "Conditions? Since when does a vassal set terms to his king?" "Since a king asks a friend, not a vassal," Ned said. "I will not leave the North bare. Robb must have men in council enough to hold it. I will bring my own men south, men of the North, loyal to me, not to any southern lord. And from the first day, we speak not only of feasts and tourneys and debts, but of the Wall." "The Wall?" Robert snorted. "Old stories. Old cold." "Nah, Kandia." Ned met his gaze, and in his own eyes there was a sliver of what he had seen. Dead things walking, blue fire burning in empty sockets, snow stained black with blood. "Old," Ned said, "but not gone. Jon Arryn sent you no tales of it, I know. He had other battles to fight. But my brother Benjen writes of strange things, of dead men who do not stay dead. Winter is coming, Robert. Not a proverb, not a Stark's dour habit of speech. A fact. If we do not prepare, nothing we argue over in your capital will matter. So yes, I will be your hand, for the sake of what we once were, and what we might yet save." But you must give me leave to speak of this, and to act on it." Robert shifted, uncomfortable. He had never liked talk of things he could not kill with a hammer. "Ghost stories," he grumbled. "Then give me the men to prove them false," Ned said. "If I am wrong, you lose a little gold and a few oaths. If I am right," he let the thought hang. Robert stared at Lyanna's statue a long time. At last he said, "You were always the dour one. Very well. Come south, howl about ice and dead men in my council, and we will see which of my lords pisses himself first. Gods know it will be a change from listening to Tywin's moneylenders and Renly's fashion talk." His smile was thin but real. "You ask for much, Stark." "I ask for enough," Ned said. He thought of hinges and doors, of branches and futures. He thought of Jon upon the wall, and a girl with dragons far away, who did not yet know she was being drawn toward them all. He thought of a boy who might one day sit beneath another tree and see the past as easily as others saw tomorrow. The future would not be kind. It never was. But he had tilted something, here in the dark beneath the earth, before the stones could close over all their heads. He would go south again, to a city he hated, to a game he despised. He would lie and scheme and harden his honor into a weapon, not a shield. He would speak of the wall until the words bored even himself. He would make enemies of lions and dragons and worse besides. He would fail in some things. He would die in the end. But somewhere beyond that end, in the flicker of the visions that still shivered at the edge of his thoughts, Ned Stark had glimpsed fire still burning on long winter nights, and children's laughter in the courtyards of Winterfell. He had seen once, just once and only for a heartbeat, a summer field that seemed as if it might last. That would be enough. In the courtyard above, the trumpets blew again, and the voices of the living rose, loud and bright, to drown out the whispers of the dead. Ned Stark climbed up out of the dark to meet his king and his doom and the long, hard work in between. K-A. Snow squeaked under Ned's boots as he crossed the courtyard, the sound small against the clamor of men and horses and hurrying servants. The banners of the stag and lion snapped from the ramparts, their bold colors a wound in Winterfell's gray. Torches burned in iron sconces along the walls, orange tongues licking at the cold. He moved like a man inside a dream, each step heavy with what he had seen below and what he had chosen. Catelyn met him in the covered walk outside the great hall, cloak drawn tight against the chill, her auburn hair caught up in a simple braid. Concern sharpened the lines around her mouth. She had known him long enough to read his silences. "Well?" she asked. Ned looked at her. In his mind's eye, he saw her standing on the steps of the twins, grief making her older all at once. A red throat and a sun falling. In another flicker, he saw her at River Run's balcony, white-haired and worn, looking north toward a wall that burned blue. In another, she did not live long enough to see. The visions tangled behind his eyes and vanished. "I said yes," he told her. Her lips parted on a breath that stranded between relief and dread. "You will go south, to that city." "To that city," he agreed. "To that king, to that court." He took her hands, cold beneath the wool. "But not as before, Cat. Not blind, not alone." Her fingers tightened around his. "You look different," she said slowly. "Like a man who's walked farther than the yard. In some ways, I have." He squeezed her hands once and released them. "I will tell you what I can tonight. For now, we must make ready. I leave Robb with more than a castle to mind." Catelyn drew herself up, duty smoothing concern from her face. "Then we had best start." The day blurred into motion. Ned summoned his household guard, choosing from among the men who had been with him for years. Harwin, with his easy seat in the saddle and sharp eyes. Jory Castle, steady as stone. Hallis Mullen with his grim quiet. He picked 20 more from among the hard-faced spearmen and archers who had bled for him in the Greyjoy Rebellion. "I'll not ride into that city with only 2 men at my back," he told them. "You will wear my colors and no others. You will take no coin except what the steward gives you. You will speak to no man about my business unless I say it. We go to a place of smiles and daggers. Remember which bite harder." They nodded, solemn. A few exchanged glances. This was more speech than he normally spent on such matters. But none questioned. Northmen knew the value of silence. He met with Maester Lewin in his solar, the Maester's chain clinking softly as he spread maps and accounts across the table. "You will send ravens to every lord who owes us fealty," Ned said. "Tell them the king has named me Hand. Tell them we will need men and food to send to the wall in the years to come. Do not speak of dead men or blue eyes. They'll call it a northern fancy. Speak of honor due to the watch, of ancient oaths made stone strong." "And the king?" Lewin asked, adjusting a tiny iron link that had worked itself out of place. "Will he support such efforts?" Ned thought of Robert scoffing, the way he had said ghost stories as though the word itself were a shield. "He has agreed to hear me," Ned said. "The rest, we will see." Lewin looked troubled, but he only dipped his quill. "I will word the letters carefully, my lord. Do, and send one to my brother as well. Tell Benjen that if he can spare any man at all with a quick hand and a quicker mind, he should send them south to me. I'll need a witness from the wall when the time comes. Someone who has seen more than hearsay." Lewin tilted his head, owl-like. "You speak as if you know that time will come." Ned thought of the thunder of cold marching south, of dead things and snow. "I know that winter always comes," he said, "and that we are never as ready as we think." He left the maester to his ink and ravens and went to find his children. He found Bran first, of course, where he always was, up. The boy had shinned halfway up the inner wall like a squirrel when Ned stepped into the yard. The mere sight of him from below sent a spike of ice through Ned's gut so sharp he had to close his eyes a heartbeat. Bran's small fingers in stone cracks, his boots scrabbling for purchase, laughter on his lips as he looked out over a drop that might as well be the sky's edge. 9 hells, Ned breathed. His stomach lurched with memory that wasn't memory. A tear of air, Bran's scream, the sickening thud, the stillness after. Caitlyn's raw hands clutching his, demanding, "Why did you let him climb?" "Bran!" Ned's shout cut across the yard, sharper than he intended. The boy flinched, hand slipping. His foot skidded on a patch of ice. For a horrifying instant he hung by one arm, body swinging over empty air. Ned's heart stopped. Bran recovered with a grunt, finding another hold, pressing himself against the stone. He peered down, his face pale and round against the gray. "Father?" he called. I almost. "I saw," Ned said, and his voice came out harsh. Too harsh. Men nearby had paused in their work, eyes flicking between lord and son. He forced himself to breathe. "Come down," he said more evenly. "Carefully, hand over hand. Use your feet." Bran started down, slower than he'd gone up. When his boots finally hit the packed snow, Ned was there, one big hand closing around the boy's shoulder. Bran's eyes were wide, caught between guilt and the wild exhilaration that always burned in him after a climb. "I nearly made it to the broken tower," Bran blurted. "From up there you can see all the way to the King's Road. Almost to the Wolf's Wood, I think." "You nearly broke your neck," Ned said flatly. Bran's mouth snapped shut. Ned looked up at the wall. It seemed taller than it ever had. In another path, he knew, Bran would have made that climb. He would have gone higher, his curiosity tugging him toward a tower where no one should have been. He would have seen what was not meant for his eyes. "I will not spend my son's life on Cersei and Jaime," Ned thought. "Not when there are colder battles coming." "I've let you run too wild," he said more gently. "You're not a squirrel, Bran. If you fall from that height, no maester's art will knit your bones back together. You'll lie on your back and stare at the ceiling and think of the sky you cannot touch." Bran swallowed. "But I'm careful." "You were careless enough that my heart stopped just now," Ned said. He knelt so their eyes were level. "Do you love me so little you'd make me watch you break?" Bran's lip trembled. "No, I'm sorry, Father. I just, Up there, I feel like I can see everything. Like nothing can sneak up on us. Ned's hand tightened on his shoulder. That, at least, was a truth he understood. Winter is coming, he said softly. It matters that you can see, but there are other ways, better ways. He took a breath. Listen to me, Bran. From this day you will not climb the walls. Not the towers, not the holdfast, not the outer gate. Swear it. Bran's shoulders hunched. For a moment it seemed he might argue, that all the stubbornness of a Stark would rise up in him. Then, perhaps he saw something in his father's face that he had never seen before. Some deep crack of fear. I swear, he muttered, by ice and fire and the old gods. I won't climb the walls again. No, Ned nodded. Good. He stood, ruffling Bran's hair. If I catch you above the first story, I'll have you set to copying Maester's letters until your hand falls off. Do we understand each other? Bran made a face, but a flicker of humor touched his eyes. Yes, father. Run along then. Robb will need you when I'm gone. There's more to ruling than seeing from a high place. Bran scampered away, heading toward the kennels. He was never still for long. Ned watched him a long moment, then looked up again at the broken tower. Its stones rimed with frost. High above, in a narrow window slit, the light stirred oddly, as if something had moved within. Ned's blood thudded in his ears. He saw, imagined, pale hair, Lannister gold, a flash of green. If I hadn't called, Bran would be up there now. He set his jaw and turned away. That afternoon he found Jon in the Godswood, as he had expected. The boy stood beneath the heart tree with Ghost at his side, the direwolf's white fur a stark smear against the snow. Jon's cloak was pulled tight, breath misting in the cold, dark hair falling into his eyes. He held his sword in both hands, blade point down in the earth, as if it were a quiet companion rather than a weapon. He looked up when Ned approached, every line of his body reflexively wary. There was always that small flinch in him, that expectation of being sent away, reproved, reminded of what he was not. Father, Jon said. He had long since learned not to say Lord Stark when they were alone. Jon. Ned looked at him for a moment, taking in the stubborn jaw, the resemblance to himself. Beneath that, in the set of the eyes and the tilt of the mouth, something else flickered. Something that made the back of his neck prickle with all he knew and had never spoken. Lyanna and a dead prince, a bed of blood. You know why I've come? Jon hesitated, then nodded. Benjen spoke to me. He says there's no place for a bastard at Winterfell, not when. He cut himself off. He said I could find honor at the wall, that the Night's Watch is not what it was. His mouth twisted. But it's something. It is more than something, Ned said. It is a shield. One of the few left. No. Jon studied him, brow furrowing. You sound as if you believe those stories. I do, Ned said simply. Jon blinked. Your uncle's letters speak of strange things, Ned went on. Wildlings moving in numbers, rangers disappearing. A cold that seeps into the bones. My brother does not frighten easily. When he does, I listen. Jon looked back at the heart tree, at its carved face and bleeding sap. You want me to go? I would not command it, Ned said. Not for this. You've been given less choice than most, in many things. He drew in a slow breath. But I would ask it of you. You have always wanted to be a Stark in truth, Jon. At the wall, you can be more than that. You can be what the realm will need. Jon's throat bobbed. You talk as if some great war is coming. It is, Ned said quietly. Not one of Banner's. That will come too, no doubt. Men always find reasons to kill each other. This will be something older. He could not tell Jon what he had seen in the crypts. The words would strangle in his mouth. He could not say, in some roads, you die in the snow with a knife in your heart and the world breaks around you. In others, you carry fire. He could only grip the boy's shoulder hard enough that Jon winced and hoped the pressure spoke what he could not. "You will be tempted to see it as exile," Ned said. "Do not. I need eyes and hands at the wall. Men I can trust. Whatever comes, it will come there first. If you go knowing this. I send you not to be rid of you, but because I need you where you can do the most good." Jon swallowed again. I thought you'd forbid it. That you'd say it was folly." "Ninety. I might have," Ned admitted. "Once. Before I saw dead men walk and castles burn in winters, I have not yet lived." "I am no true Stark," Jon said, bitterness curling around the words by habit. "You are as much my son as any I've sired," Ned said. And the truth of it hurt. "That will have to be enough for now." "For now?" Jon's head came up, eyes suddenly sharp. Ned almost spoke. Lyanna in the bed. Rhaegar's solemn face. A name he had never dared let himself think, for fear someone might hear it in his thoughts. He shook his head. "There are truths that do more harm than good if loosed too soon," he said. "One day perhaps I will tell you more. For now, take this." He drew something from beneath his cloak, a folded parchment with his seal pressed into the wax. "A letter for your uncle, and another for the Lord Commander. They speak of what I've told you and a little more. Let them know you go with my blessing, and that one day I will require witnesses from the Watch." "Witnesses to what?" "Winter," Ned said. Jon held the parchment as if it might burn him. Ghost nosed at his hand, whined softly. "I'll take the black," Jon said, more to himself than to Ned. His voice steadied as he spoke. "I'll swear, and I'll serve. If there's something coming, I don't want to be the boy hiding behind a wall while others fight." Ned nodded. Pride and fear warred again in his chest. "You'd never be that, but you'll not go alone. I mean to press the king to send men and provision north. Perhaps he'll even answer me." "You think he won't?" "I think Robert prefers enemies he can strike with a hammer," Ned said dryly. "Cold wind and old tales do not fit his hand so well. But I will make him listen." "No." Jon looked at him a long time, then down at the letter again, then up at the heart tree. "Then I'll go," he said, "and I'll watch. For you." Ned clapped a hand to his shoulder. "That's all I can ask." That night, after the hall's benches had emptied and the rushes were quiet underfoot, Ned lay awake beside Catelyn and told her everything he dared. Not the visions. He could not find words for those that did not sound like madness even in his own head. But he spoke of Jon Arryn's death and the suspicion that clung to it like cobweb, of Lannister gold clogging the realm's arteries, of old debts and older oaths. He spoke of Benjen's letters in the wall. "They're only stories, Ned," Catelyn said at first, as she had when the children were small, and he told them of giants and white walkers to make their eyes widen. "The long night, the others. Old Nan's tales. They are more than that," he said. "The world does not end because we stopped looking at a thing." She turned to face him in the dark, her hand resting against his chest where his heart thudded. "And you mean to drag the South Sides north?" she asked quietly. "I mean to try," he said, "and to keep our children alive in the trying." Catelyn was silent for a long while. "Bran told me you made him swear not to climb," she said at last. "He was angry about it, but also frightened. He almost fell," Ned said. "I saw his hand slip. I heard him gasp. It took years off my life." Catelyn's fingers tightened. "You never complained when he climbed before." "I had not thought through all the ways the fall could come," he said softly. He lay awake a long time after she slept, the crackle of the hearth and the soft creak of old timbers under snow his only companions. Somewhere below, the crypts lay dark and cold, but the presence he had felt there was quiet now. Roots sunk back into the deep. Morning brought work, and with work, less time for brooding. They set the date for departure. Preparations were made for the king's journey south, for Ned's, for Robb's first true taste of being Lord Stark in all but name. Caitlin moved through the castle like a commander, making lists, issuing quiet orders, seeing to stores and servants and all the invisible work that kept Winterfell standing. On the last evening before they were to ride, Ned took Robb into the solar and closed the door. Maps lay rolled on the table, secured with leather ties. Books of accounts were stacked neatly at the edge. Robb stood straight-backed, hair a reddish-brown tangle inherited from his mother, jaw set in that familiar stark line. "You're not a boy any longer," Ned said without preamble. Robb's jaw tightened. "I know." "Do you?" Ned asked. "Knowing isn't the same as being, and being isn't the same as proving. The North will look to you when I'm gone. Some will test you, others will try to use you. A few will think you can be frightened into poor choices." Robb's eyes flashed. "Let them try." "There's the boy," Ned said, though there was no real censure in his voice. "Listen, Robb, I do not intend for this to be forever. I mean to come back. But I have to plan for the world where I don't." "No." Robb's throat bobbed. "Father, hear me." Ned pulled one of the maps closer, smoothing it flat. The North sprawled there. The stony shore, the Dreadfort, White Harbor, Last Hearth, the Wall. "If word comes that the Crown means to march against us, you will not rush headlong south. You will call the banners to Moat Cailin and hold there. The neck is worth 100 men for every one you lose on open ground." Robb nodded, eyes intent. "If word comes from Benjen or the Wall that something is amiss, you will listen, even if others scoff." Ned's finger traced the line of the wall. "I have tried to plant the seed in Robert's mind. Others will water it or trample it. Here in the North, we will not mock stories that might save us." Robb's gaze followed his father's finger. "You think the tales are true?" "I think too many things are true that we'd rather weren't," Ned said. "I don't ask you to fear shadows. I ask you to be ready to light a torch." "I will," Robb said. "By the old gods and the new, I swear it." Ned studied him a moment longer. Then, almost against his own instinct, he put a hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezed. "There will be letters," he said. "From me, from the king, perhaps from others. Maester Luwin will counsel you, and your mother will. Listen, but remember this. No southern crown sits over Winterfell. If something feels wrong in your bones, weight it carefully before you obey." Robb swallowed, but he met his father's gaze. "Yes, father." "Good. Now go find Brannon and Arya before they tear the castle apart looking for you. Tell them," he hesitated, the words thick, "tell them that whatever happens, they are Starks. That means something." Robb's expression softened. "You tell them." Ned almost protested. There was so much left to do, but he had seen too many futures where he had no chance to say any of it. He nodded instead. "I will," he said. The farewell to Jon was hardest. They stood by the gate the next morning with the snow hissing softly around them. Benjen waited in the saddle of a rangy gray horse, cloaked in black, face wind-burned and lined. Jon was mounted as well, ghost a white shadow slipping through the drifts beside him, eyes red as coals. "You'll take good care of him," Ned told Benjen quietly. "He's headstrong but not foolish. There's a difference." "We were all of us headstrong once," Benjen said. "He'll have that beaten out of him by the third latrine he scrubs." Jon scowled, but it was half-hearted. Ned stepped closer to Jon's horse, looking up into the boy's face. "You remember what I said," he murmured. "About why you go?" Jon nodded, jaw set. The wind lifted his hair, blew flakes into his eyes, but he didn't blink them away. "If I can send word, I will," Ned said. "But letters go astray between here and Castle Black. If none come, do not assume the worst." Jon's lips thinned. "I'll assume you're too busy being the king's hand to think of a bastard." Ned's hand snapped up almost of its own volition, fingers catching Jon's chin. Not hard enough to hurt, but enough to force him to look down. "Do not call yourself that," he said, steel in his voice. "Not to me." Jon's eyes searched his. "What am I then?" he asked, very quietly. Ned's throat closed. He thought of Lyanna again, her last whisper. "Promise me, Ned." "You're my son," he said. It was all he'd dare. Jon's breath hitched. "Go," Ned added, voice rough. "Find your place, and write of anything strange you see, anything that smells of old tales." Jon nodded, voice gone when he tried to speak. He settled for a jerky sort of nod, then wheeled his horse and followed Benjen through the gate, Ghost trotting in the snow behind. Ned watched until they were nothing but dark smudges against the white, then gone entirely. The king's party left a day later. The courtyard was a chaos of horses and wagons and servants shouting over one another. Cersei sat her palfrey like a queen in some painted scroll, fur-lined cloak of green, hair caught up in netted gold. Joffrey sulked beside her, his chin lifted in a permanent sneer. Tommen and Myrcella rode behind, eyes wide with the strange north. Robert mounted with a grunt and spurred his horse out in front, cloak snapping. "South, then," he bellowed. "To warmth and wine and pretty girls and a throne that's hell on my back." "To King's Landing," Ned said quietly to Catelyn. He embraced her in front of the whole court, because pride had no place here. He brushed a hand over Sansa's hair, promised Arya she might one day learn to use the little needle she caressed in secret. Hugged Bran hard enough that the boy wheezed a protest, tousled Rickon so the boy laughed rather than wept. He looked back once as he rode out the gate, at Winterfell's gray walls dusted in snow, the banners snapping, the smoke from 100 chimneys rising into the low sky. "Remember this," he told himself. "Remember what you do it for." The road south was the same road he had ridden before, but he was not the same man. The King's Road cut through snowbound fields and dark stands of trees, its stones buried under white. The king's retinue sprawled along it in a braid of color and noise, knights in steel, banners bright, wagons creaking under their loads, musicians squabbling, cooks cursing. Robert cursed too at the cold, at the pace, at everything that did not pour wine into his cup. They camped the first night in a hollow sheltered by a stand of bare-branched oaks. Fires flared, tents went up, meat turned over spits. Ned sat with Robert beneath a canvas awning, out of the wind, while the king gorged on roast pork and drank as if the wine were the only thing keeping him alive. "So," Robert said around a mouthful, "tell me about these dead men of yours." Ned watched the firelight glint off the gold of Robert's crown as it sat crooked on his head. "They're not my dead men," he said. "They're my brothers, or they were." "Your brother always did see ghosts in the snow," Robert said, waving his cup. "Remember that time he swore he'd seen a shadow cat as big as a horse? Turned out to be a bush and too much ale." No. Benjen writes different now," Ned said. "He's not a boy with drink in him. He says rangers go out and never come back. He says the wildlings aren't the only things that move in the forest. He says the cold feels wrong." Robert snorted. "The cold always feels wrong. That's what cold is." Ned fought down his irritation. "There are tales in the north older than your crown. Older than Aegon's. Older than the Andals. They speak of a long night that lasted a generation. Of things that walked like men but were not men. Of cold that killed not just the body, but the fire in the world. You remember some? I know. We listened at the same hearths once. Merci. And when I stopped listening, I slept better," Robert said. He took another gulp. "We have real enemies, Ned. Lannisters with their gold, Greyjoys with their damp rocks, Targaryen whelps across the sea. We can afford to chase every old wife's tale. What if the tales are true?" Ned asked quietly. "We wasted no time believing when we heard there were dragons once. We see their bones in the Red Keep. We sit at Dragon's Chair. Why should we assume the other half of the tales is false?" "Me." Robert's smile thinned. "Because the dragons are gone, burned out. If they return, we'll see their fire on the horizon before they're at our gates. These white shadows of yours." He shrugged. "I'll not send half my strength north to chase them if that's what you're angling for." "I'm angling for attention," Ned said. Men? Grain. Maybe a smith or two who remembers how to work dragon glass. The watch has fewer brothers than ever. The wall is long. If a tide comes over it, we'll wish we'd paid less mind to tourneys and more to the men in black. Nay. No. Robert leaned back, cup dangling from his fingers. The lantern above them swung faintly, casting their shadows against the canvas. You always did know how to darken a mood, he said. Very well. When we're in King's Landing, I'll hear you out in council. We'll send a few casks of grain and some shabby recruits to your wall. Will that satisfy your northern conscience? It will be a start, Ned said. He would push for more later, when the others were there to hear. And Jon Arryn? Robert's face closed. I do not want to speak of Jon tonight, he said. We must, Ned said gently. His death is why you asked me to come. You said yourself you didn't trust the men who surround you. Robert drank, jaw working. It was a long while before he spoke. He was fine, the king said at last, voice low in a way rare for him. One day he was old but fine. The next he was coughing. He kept saying, the seed is strong, over and over. Then he was gone. The maester wrote of a sudden sickness, Ned said. What do you think? I think a man does not simply fall over dead because the gods have nothing better to do, Robert growled. Jon was a careful man. He asked questions. Maybe he asked one too many. Ned thought of what Jon Arryn had been investigating when he died. The king's bastards scattered across the city and beyond, all with Baratheon black hair, all strong of seed. You suspect foul play, he said. I suspect my wife's father, Robert said, surprising him with the bluntness. Tywin never moved his little finger without weighing its advantage. Jon was the only one who ever stood up to him for me. I asked too much of him, Ned. And now he's gone. Mai? Robert's gaze slid past Ned, back toward the firelit circle where Lannister red and gold mingled with Baratheon black and gold. Cersei laughed at something someone had said, her hand on Joffrey's shoulder, long neck gleaming pale above her gown. I married a lion to pay a debt, Robert muttered. Now I find myself living in a den of them. You see why I wanted you. Ned looked at him, weighing. If Jon Arryn died for asking questions, he said slowly, we must either not ask them at all, or ask them all, quickly, before those who have answers can hide them. Robert's eyes narrowed. You mean to pull the rock down around Tywin's ears? I mean to know why my foster father died, Ned said. And who gained by it? If Lannister had a hand in it, we will need your hammer before we're done. Robert stared into his cup, then hurled it aside. Wine spattered the trampled snow. Ask your questions then, he said. Dig your holes. Root out your snakes. Just remember there's a realm to run while you're at it. I haven't forgotten, Ned said. He stood a while later at the edge of the camp, the night pressing cold on his face, and watched the stars wheel above the black line of trees. Somewhere north of them, beyond the fields and hills and rivers, the wall cut its ancient line across the world. Beyond that, darkness waited. It took near a month to reach King's Landing. The farther south they rode, the thinner the snow. Bare ground emerged, brown and sodden. Trees wore a skin of green moss instead of frost. The air lost its knife's edge and took on a damp, weary chill that seeped into Ned's bones in a different way. They passed torn fields where last year's crops had failed under unexpected early frosts. At more than one village, men and women lined the road with hollow faces and hungry eyes, hands extended as the king's party thundered past in a riot of color and well-fed horses. Tell your tacksmen to give them a season's mercy, Ned said once, reining in beside Robert as they left one such place behind. What good is gold if the hands that might spend it are dead? Robert grunted. Talk to the master of coin. It was better before he put his pretty fingers in it. Ned thought of Petyr Baelish, thin and clever and dangerous behind his easy smiles. He tucked that thought away with all the others he would need. King's Landing rose from the haze like a fever dream when at last they topped the last hill. Some part of Ned had hoped it would look smaller than it had in his visions. It did not. The city sprawled along the black water like a stain, a chaos of rooftops and crooked streets, smoke rising in greasy columns. The walls shone red in the hazy light. The rotting, tar-black stumps of the old dragon skulls still lined the road leading up to the Red Keep, their empty eyes watching centuries pass. The smell hit them before the sight fully did. Rotten shit and too many bodies packed into too little space, cut with the tang of fish from the river and distant smoke from 1,000 hearths. "Home sweet home," Robert muttered, not bothering to hide his distaste. Ned felt the old tension settle between his shoulder blades. "Winterfell is home," he said. "Then think of this as a hunt you have to endure to get back to it," Robert said. "A long, miserable, snake-infested hunt." They rode through the gates to a roar of sound as the small folk surged to see their king. The gold cloaks of the city watch tried to hold the crowd back, but men and women pressed forward, gawping, reaching. Ned saw hunger in them, and hope, and simmering resentment. They called Robert's name, some of them. Others stared in sullen silence. The Red Keep loomed above, its red stone walls and towers thrusting up toward the sky like some beast's claws. Ned had never liked it. He liked it less now, with a dozen branches of futures winding through his mind, most of them ending badly in those same walls. They dismounted in the inner yard. Household servants streamed out to greet the royal party, bowing and curtsying, taking cloaks, leading horses. Lord Renly came with them, smiling and well-dressed, arms outspread. "Ned," he said. "Or is it Lord Hand now? I never know how to address men who have been dragged out of their cozy northern holes and thrust into glory." "Renly," Ned said, accepting the younger Baratheon's embrace. The last time he had seen him, Renly had been a boy. Now he wore a trimmed beard and a stag's head woven subtle into his green doublet. "I'd not call King's Landing cozy, or glorious." "Oh, come now, we have our moments," Renly said, gesturing at the castle. "You'll change your mind after you've been to a tourney or two. Speaking of which," his eyes flicked to Robert. "Brother, we need to speak of the Hand's tourney." Robert groaned. "Not now. Let me get drunk in my own hall at least once before you start spending my gold." Renly only laughed. The first meeting of the small council was held the next morning. Ned entered the council chamber behind the Iron Throne, a long, narrow room with tall windows that let in pale light. The table was carved in the shape of Westeros, though much of its detail was hidden under clutter. Parchments, inkpots, scattered coins. Varys the eunuch sat with his hands folded, round face bland, head smooth and hairless as an egg. Petyr Baelish lounged with one boot up on a chair, beard neatly trimmed, eyes dancing with private amusement. Grand Maester Pycelle's beard spilled over his chest, hands shaking as he sorted through a pile of scrolls. Lord Renly leaned back in his chair, blue-green doublet immaculate. "My lords," Varys said as Ned entered, rising with a smooth motion. "May I present Lord Eddard Stark, Hand of the King." "Lord Stark," Renly said, grinning. "We were just speaking of how much money we don't have." "A topic in which I take no joy," Petyr said, "but much interest." Ned took his seat, Bones remembering the shape of it from one of his visions. He set his hands on the carved north and looked at the men around the table. "Before we speak of gold," he said, "we will speak of the wall." Pycelle blinked as if waking from a doze. "The wall, my lord? Forgive an old man, but—" "The wall," Ned repeated. "The Night's Watch writes of trouble, men lost, cold deeper than it should be, wildlings on the move." "The Watch always writes of trouble," Baelish said lightly. "If they didn't, they might fade from our minds, and then who would feed them?" "The realm owes them its protection," Ned said. "The Andals and First Men swore as much. The wall keeps the wildlings back. A few savages with bone knives," Renly said dismissively. "Hardly worth dragging half the realm's attention north for." "It may be more than that," Ned said. "My brother Benjen writes of unusual things, dead men not staying dead." Varys' eyes flickered just once. "How unusual," he murmured. Pycelle harumphed. The maesters have long held that tales of the others are nonsense, children's tales. There are many mundane explanations for corpses that seem to move. Such as? Ned asked. Well, Pycelle frowned. Bad humors, fevers, a trick of the light, hysteria. Ned stared at him. You are talking of men who have spent their lives in the cold, he said. Men who have seen battle. They don't frighten at shadows. I won't have the council dismiss their words because old men in warm towers call them tales. Even if we were to accept this as true, Baelish said, still in that light, amused tone. What would you have us do? Send the gold cloaks north to chase snowflakes? Empty the royal larder to feed birds on the wall? I would have us send men, Ned said. Men who can fight. I would have us send grain while roads are still passable. I would have us consider how to forge dragonglass in numbers, if what the old tales say of it is true. A great many ifs, Baelish said. Yet we sit here and speak of tourneys, Ned said, shifting his gaze to Renly. Renly shrugged, unoffended. Tourneys by love, he said. A well-staged spectacle distracts the commoners from empty bellies, at least for a while. And while they gape at a hedge knight getting his teeth knocked out, we whisper with lords about whatever tedious thing you wish. The realm runs on bread and circuses, Lord Stark. If you mean to change that, you'll find it a slow process. Hey. Bad? Nah. Hey. Can swallow. I mean to keep people alive long enough to complain about bread and circuses, Ned said. Varys' lips curved faintly. Surely the two tasks need not be at odds, my lord. Ned regarded him. Of all the men at the table, the eunuch's silence disturbed him most. Varys missed little. The king agreed to hear me on this, Ned said. He gave his word. His grace will keep his word, Renly said. On this, at least. He gave Ned a measuring look. Very well. Let us draft something. 20 men sent north is 20 men not added to Lord Tywin's levies or the king's own guard. The Lannisters will complain. The Lannisters complain when the sun doesn't shine their way, Ned said. I'll not shape policy to quiet their pride. You may find you have to, Baelish murmured. Varys clapped his hands softly. If I may, my lords. Whether these tales of dead men are true or not, sending some aid north costs us little in prince and gains us much in appearance. The small folk like stories of strong men in black holding the cold at bay. They like them better when they hear their king remembers them. And if, by some chance, there is something in the woods more troubling than a few ill-washed wildlings. His eyes flicked to Ned. Then perhaps a little caution is warranted. Pycelle looked displeased but nodded. Renly sighed and reached for a quill. Very well, he said. Let's waste a little gold on keeping old stories fed, and then perhaps we can speak of the Hand's tourney. Ned let them talk of prizes and purses and tilts for a little while, letting his mind work behind his composed face. He watched Petyr Baelish, listened to which sums he protested and which he let pass. He noted the way Varys steered the talk sometimes, and sometimes let it drift. He watched for the shape of their power as much as the content of their words. When the meeting ended, he lingered. Lord Varys, he said quietly. A word. The eunuch turned, robes whispering against the floor. Of course, my lord. They stepped aside into an alcove, out of immediate earshot. You did not scoff at talk of dead men, Ned said. Varys inclined his head. I try not to scoff at anything I have not investigated, he said. It makes for better sleep. You hear things, Ned said. In alleys, in palaces, so they say. If there are whispers of strange things north of the wall, I'd hear them. Varys' expression did not change, but something in him seemed to settle into seriousness. There are always whispers of strange things, he said. Witches in the neck. Shadows in Ashai. Men in Karth who drink blue fire. But lately, yes, There have been more tales from sailors who trade along the northern coasts, deserters from the watch who flee their vows. They speak of a cold that seems to move with intent, of shapes moving in the forest, of a feeling that the world is holding its breath. Maindan, and all, I'll see. Ned's skin prickled. Truth, he asked. Varys spread his hands. Who can say? Fear makes poor parchment to write on. But I have lived in many cities, Lord Stark, and I have learned this. When men and women far apart begin to tell the same story, it is usually because something of it is real. Whether that something is a ghost or men in heavy furs trying to frighten their neighbors, I do not yet know. Known, Atiu. Find out, Ned said, quietly, whatever you can. Varys' eyes crinkled. And in return? In return, I'll try to keep you from being thrown off the walls when Robert tires of your riddles, Ned said bluntly. Varys chuckled, soft and dry. Oh, I think he knows I'm useful. Kings do not discard cobwebs lightly, but your concern touches me. He sobered. Very well. I will listen closer. And while I listen to distant snow, perhaps you will listen to nearer whispers. No. He leaned in just enough that Ned caught the faint scent of oils on his skin. Jon Arryn did not die of simple sickness, Varys murmured. That is not a whisper. That is a fact. How and why? That is where the whispers begin. Ned's jaw clenched. You know something. I know many things. Varys' gaze flicked toward the door where Petyr had left. But I am cautious about how I put them in other men's ears. Secrets are coins, my lord. Spend them too quickly and you find yourself very poor. No. Come. And what coin do you want from me? Ned asked. For now. Varys smiled. Small and strange. Only that you keep the king talking of the wall, that you press him to see beyond his wine cup in his next hunt. It is good for the realm when a king looks north now and then. It makes the south easier to manage. Manage, as if the realm were a flock of birds and he, the man with the net. You're playing a deeper game than most, Ned said. Someone must, Varys replied. You know that now, I think. Ned left him with that thought coiling in his mind. The days in King's Landing fell into a rhythm that felt like wearing armor a size too small. He rose early, while the city was still quiet, to walk the inner wards with Jory, noting where guards loitered and where they were absent, how the gold cloaks drooped in the chill. He held councils with Luwin's letters spread before him, writing replies to the north, asking after storehouses and levies, and the mood in each holdfast. He sat the small council and argued about debt and taxes and men for the wall. He walked the city with a small guard at his back, cloaked in anonymous brown rather than stark gray, to see with his own eyes how the people lived. He saw hungry children and fat merchants, beggars and sellswords, septons preaching contradictory truths from different street corners. He heard that the city watch had little love for their current commander, a thick-necked man more interested in bribes than order. He filed that away too. In one path he had trusted the gold cloaks, and they had turned their spears on him. In this, he would not put all his weight on them. He sent a quiet message to Stannis on Dragonstone, carried by a courier he paid from his own purse rather than the king's. It spoke not just of bastards and hair and a queen's children, but of the wall. The reply took weeks to come, as winter storms slowed all ships. In the meantime, the first small fruit of his pushing arrived, a black-cloaked delegation from the Night's Watch. They rode through the city gates in a grim little knot. Jeor Mormont, the old bear himself, broad-shouldered and shaggy. Sir Elizar Thorne, stiff as if his spine had been fused. And behind them a handful of rangy men in black, their horses thin from long miles. They came to the Red Keep's gates with their ravens fluttering above, feathers shedding into the air. Ned met them in the outer yard. Lord Stark, Mormont said, swinging down from his horse with a grunt. Or should I call you Lord Hand now? Call me Ned, he said, clasping the old man's forearm. You look like hell. Hell's colder, Mormont said. Or so the Septons say. I'm not entirely convinced. Ned's gaze flicked over the men with him. You brought few. I have few to spare, Mormont said bluntly. What brothers I have I need on the wall. But when we received your letters, and the king's, I thought it worth sending a dozen to show the realm we're not entirely dead. He looked up at the red walls, expression hard. Though some days I wonder if we'd be better off if they forgot us entirely. At least then they wouldn't grudgingly bleed us for their scraps. Me. Ned's mouth twitched. Come inside. There's food that won't freeze on your plate at least. And a king who needs to hear your words. They brought Mormont and his men before the small council first, then before Robert in the throne room. Ned watched the faces in each place, noting who scoffed and who listened. In the council, Baelish looked bored, picking dirt from beneath his nail as Mormont spoke of dead rangers and darker things. Pycelle frowned and harumphed, offering dubious medicinal explanations. Renly smirked, though the expression faded slightly when Mormont described a corpse that had risen with blue fire in its eyes until they hacked it to pieces and burned the bits. Varys said nothing, but his eyes were very bright. In the throne room, Robert shifted restlessly while Mormont talked, scratching at his beard. The crowd of courtiers murmured, some snickering, some listening with pale faces. We need men, Mormont finished, voice echoing off the high stone. We need arms. We need care from the realm we guard. Or when the dead things come, they'll find us broken and slip through. Nay. Robert's expression twisted. I have fights enough in front of me without worrying about ghosts in the snow, he said. But my hand seems determined to spend my gold on you. I've given him leave. You'll have some men, some grain. That's the best I can promise. Mormont looked unsatisfied, but he bowed. Then we'll take what we can, your grace, and pray it's enough. As they left the throne room, Ned caught up with him. You left something out, he said quietly. Mormont's shaggy brows rose. I told them about the dead men. You told them about dead wildlings and deserters, Ned said. You didn't tell them about the other tales, the ones that cling to the edges of Benjen's letters like frost. Mormont's mouth tightened. I don't tell kings stories they can use to mock us, he said. Send us money and men first. If the dead come walking in force, they won't need tales. Ned held his gaze a long moment. When that happens, I mean to have the South ready, then you need more than men and barley, Mormont said. You need someone who can put fear into them without making them laugh. I thought you might be that man, Ned said. Mormont snorted. I'm a crow, Ned, not a bard. But there was one thing I didn't say in front of them because I don't yet know what it means. Say it now. Mormont glanced around. They stood in a shadowed corridor off the throne room, tapestries flapping faintly in a breeze that smelled of stone and dust. There's more than wildlings in the woods, Mormont said. Benjen likes to ride alone. He went out with 2 rangers 3 months back. They never returned. Ned's fingers tightened. He forced himself to keep his voice steady. You wrote that. I did, Mormont said. What I didn't write is this. The last tracks we found of them. There were hoofprints none of us liked the look of. Not horse, not elk, something older. The men wouldn't speak of it, but the oldest among them muttered about white shadows and ice spiders. He shook his head. I don't put much stock in that, but I've lived long enough to know when I'm out of my depth. Ned's vision swam for a heartbeat. Benjen, laughing with a skin of wine by the fire. Benjen's hand on John's shoulder as they'd ridden away. Is there any sign they live? He asked. None I trust, Mormont said. A fraction softer. I'm sorry, Ned. I know he's your brother. He was a good ranger. In another branch, Ned knew. Mormont would send John and others to search, and the boy would find only corpses and worse. In this one, that had not yet happened. Or had, and he simply had not yet heard. Thank you for telling me, Ned said. Mormont grunted. Find a way to make these Southerners believe in cold, he said. I'll do what I can with fire. He left with his men a few days later. their black cloaks snapping as they rode out the gate. Jon was not among them. Ned felt relief and guilt tangle in equal measure. The letter from Dragonstone finally arrived the next week, salt-stained and creased, a rigidness in the wax that spoke of rough seas. Stannis's hand was as stiff and cramped as ever. Every letter a small irritation pressed into the parchment. Eddard Stark, your letter was unexpected. Your mention of the Queen's children and the late Hand's investigation was not unprecedented, but unwelcome. You speak of bastards and of books, of lineages and hair colors. I am not blind. I have seen the Queen's whelps and compared them to my brothers. You are not the first to note that lions do not breed stags. You also speak of the Wall and of old tales. I have little patience for stories. However, Davos has brought word of unusual storms in the narrow sea and strange lights in the north at night. I do not trust coincidence. If what you suggest about my brother's heirs is true, then the realm sits on a lie. Lies rot from within. If there is also a threat from without, we cannot afford rot. I will come to King's Landing. Do not speak of this to anyone you do not trust to bleed for it. Stannis Baratheon. Ned read it twice, jaw clenched, then burned it over a brazier. He ground the ash into the coals with the heel of his hand until only smudges remained. Stannis in King's Landing would mean a hard, unlovely truth sitting across from him at council. It would mean another Baratheon voice insisting on law over comfort. It would mean Cersei feeling the knife draw near. It would hasten the storm. He stood at the narrow window of the Hand's Tower that night and watched the city below. Torches flickered along the walls. Somewhere a dog barked, sharp and lonely. The black shape of the Blackwater Bay lay beyond, the faint forms of ships rocking. He thought of all the paths in which he had tried to do everything alone. He had died in most of them. The realm had burned in some, frozen in others. This time, he had allies, whether they liked one another or not. Mormont on the Wall, Stannis at sea, Varys, and perhaps even Renly to a lesser extent, if spectacle could be harnessed. He would need more. His mind went, reluctantly, across the sea. Daenerys Targaryen, last of her house in all the paths he had seen except those where dragons hatched, and she was no longer last. A girl sold to a horselord like chattel. A woman who might one day fly above the world upon a beast of fire. In the visions, she had come west as a conqueror or not at all. He had never seen a path where she was courted as an ally before the dead rose in earnest. He pushed that thought aside, one storm at a time. The king had already ordered assassins after her once in another branch of time. He would have to make sure that did not happen now. A dragon at his back when winter fell might be a curse. It might also be the only fire hot enough. The days turned. Word came that Stannis' ships had been sighted in the bay. Cersei's mouth thinned when she heard, though she smiled politely for all around her. Renly hovered, torn between brothers and his own ambitions. Littlefinger whispered of odds and wagers. Varys listened. Robert wanted a hunt. Let the brothers squabble, he said in the hall, waving a chicken leg. I'll judge them better over boar than over parchments. We'll go to the Kingswood tomorrow. You'll come, Ned. The Starks always did know how to stalk a beast. Me. No. Ned's chest tightened. He saw, very clearly, a boar's tusk under a wine-loosened king's ribs. Lancel Lannister's pale hands tipping more wine into the royal cup. A bed that stank of blood and shit and regret. You should wait until Stannis arrives, he said. There are matters to settle. Stannis will shout whether I'm here or not, Robert said. Let him get the shouting out of his system before I walk into the wind. Gods, Ned, I need air. I need trees that aren't carved into chairs. I need something to kill that isn't a lord. Moon. Dundee. Ned stepped closer to him, lowering his voice. If you must go, he said, go sober. Take 10 good men, not 20 fops who'll slow you down. Don't let the Lannisters fill your cup. Robert squinted at him. You've grown paranoid. I've grown older, Ned said. Jon Arryn died of a sickness that smelled of poison. You sit a throne surrounded by those who would rule without you. Don't make it easy for them." Robert stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly, he set the half-gnawed leg aside. "You think they'd kill me?" he said. "Your death would profit many," Ned said. "Cersei, Tywin, Renly, if he's foolish, not Stannis, though even he might think it a justice from the gods." He kept his tone dry, though his heart hammered. "You've made enemies, Robert. Don't give them the chance to toast your corpse." Robert's laugh was short and sharp. "I've always given them chances. I ride in front. I drink what I like. If the gods want me dead, they'll have to work for it. For once, make them work harder," Ned said. Robert studied him, then sighed. "Very well," he said grudgingly. "I'll take fewer men. I'll drink less. I'll let that little pipsqueak Lancel stay here and braid his hair. Will that soothe your northern worries? Mentry would die. It might keep you alive," Ned said. Robert clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. "You always were the careful one," he said. "One day, we'll sit in the snow at Winterfell with no crowns between us and laugh about all this." Ned managed a tight smile. "I'd like that." He sent Jory and a handful of his own men with the king as added guard. "Watch his cup," he told Jory. "Watch who handles it. And if you see a boar that looks too eager." Jory grinned, the same easy grin he'd had since boyhood. "We'll bring the boar down far from the king, my lord, or I'll answer for it." Ned watched them ride out through the gate of the Red Keep, a knot of men around the king in the morning light. Dust rose around their horses' hooves. When they were gone, the keep felt like a box with the lid closing. Stannis arrived that afternoon. He came up from the harbor in sober steel and dark wool, no banners flying, no trumpets. Davos Seaworth walked at his side, fingers lacking a few joints, face weather-beaten and shrewd. Stannis' jaw was clenched so tight Ned wondered his teeth did not crack. They met in a smaller chamber off the Great Hall, away from prying eyes. "Lord Stark," Stannis said stiffly. "Or should I say, Lord Hand? Either will do," Ned said. "I'm glad you came." "I came because the law demands it," Stannis said. "If what you wrote is true, the realm sits upon usurpation built atop usurpation. Robert followed the law when he took the throne from the Mad King. If his heirs are not his, then the law says—" "I know what it says," Ned said. "Do you think you can sit that throne and keep the realm together, with dragons possibly waking in the east and things in the north?" Stannis' eyes flashed. "I think I can sit it more rightfully than a boy with lion's hair." "That's not what I asked," Ned said. Davos cleared his throat softly. "Begging your pardons, my lords," he said. "The Lord Hand's letters spoke, much of cold, of something beyond the wall. I've seen storms at sea that I'd have sworn had eyes, strange lights in the sky. The men whisper. I've sailed my whole life, seen odd things, but this feels more. No, doi, bam, thou." Stannis shot him a sharp glance but did not contradict. Perhaps Davos had been the one to convince him. "We're not here only to wrangle over chairs," Ned said. "If I wanted that, I could have stayed in the north and argued with my bannermen about who sits closest to my table. I called you because I need a man in this city who will not close his eyes." Stannis snorted. "Renly closes his eyes because it lets him see his own reflection better. Robert closes his because he's drunk. I close mine only to sleep." He stepped closer. "Tell me plainly, Stark, are Robert's children his?" "Look at them," Ned said. "Look at their hair. Look at the bastards Jon Arryn was tracing. Baratheon seed is strong. It breeds true. Black hair on black hair. Yet all three of Cersei's children are golden as her brother." Stannis' face tightened. "I had thought." He shook his head once sharply. "No, I did not want to think it. Incest is a crime. Treason is another. Combined, they support each other's banners," Ned said. "Joffrey is cruel. Tommen is a boy. Myrcella She is innocent. None of them chose their parentage. But if they are not Robert's, then I am, Stannis said. By law, by blood. I am his younger brother, not some jumped-up stag from the Stormlands. The line passes to me. And if this is so, then a Lannister whore sits her brood on my throne. Ned did not bridle at the coarseness. His own private contempt for Cersei's choices warred with a reluctant pity for the girl she had once been. Yes, he said simply. Stannis' hands flexed at his sides. When Robert returns, we tell him. He must know. That is my intent, Ned said. However, we must also consider that once we tell him, the Lannisters may move. Quickly. They have men. Tywin has gold. We have law, Stannis snapped. Law is slow to rouse and easy to twist, Ned countered. And the dead do not care who sat which throne wrongly. While we scramble over that, the long night will not wait. Stannis stared at him. Your letters made little mention of dragons, he said. Only of white shadows. Now you speak of both. Because both exist, Ned said. I don't know if the girl across the sea will ever set foot on Westerosi's soil. But if she does, I would rather she meet a realm that has already looked north and begun to prepare, than one so busy tearing itself apart over your claim that it doesn't see her coming. Nani? Bah. Stannis' mouth twisted. You ask me to delay justice. I ask you to help me avert extinction, Ned said. You can have your justice once there are still people alive to appreciate it. Stannis looked as if he'd swallowed something sour. The muscles in his jaw jumped. At last, grudgingly, I will not hide the truth from Robert. Nor would I ask it, Ned said. But perhaps we can choose how and when to place it before him. Not alone, with Lannisters listening at the door. In council, with witnesses, with context. Stannis' eyes narrowed. Context, he says. You mean to wrap the truth and talk of cold. If he understands that the realm will need unity to face what comes, he may balk at tearing it apart, Ned said. Or he may not. But he will hesitate longer if he sees a war in the south means death in the north. Stannis grunted. You put much faith in my brother's care for anything beyond his next meal. He cares for those he thinks of as his, Ned said quietly. Once, that included you and me and Jon Arryn and Lyanna. If we can make him see the Night's Watch as his, the Wall as his, perhaps. Footsteps clattered down the corridor. A breathless young squire burst into the chamber, face flushed. My lords, he gasped. The king, King Robert, yes. Every muscle in Ned's body went tight. What about the king? He demanded. The boy gulped air. He's hurt, my lord. A boar in the Kingswood. They're carrying him back now. The maester says, he says it's bad. Ned swore. A raw sound dragged from somewhere deep. So much for less wine, he said. Stannis' face had gone rigid. Where is he? In his chambers, my lord, the squire stammered. They've just brought him in. Go, Stannis said to Ned. You're his hand. It's your job to hear his last lies. Ned was already moving. The world narrowed to a corridor, to stone and torchlight, and the echo of his own boots. Faces blurred past. Somewhere, a servant wept. Somewhere else, someone laughed, not yet having heard. He pushed into Robert's bedchamber on a wave of heat and the smell of blood. The king lay on the great bed, sheets beneath him stained red and brown. His massive chest rose and fell shallowly, the sound rough. His skin had gone the color of old wax. His beard was matted with sweat. Pycelle fussed at his side, hands hovering, a bowl of some dark ointment on the table. Cersei stood near the window, pale and composed, Joffrey at her elbow, face pinched. Tommen and Myrcella hovered behind, eyes wide with horror. Renly stood closer to the bed, fists clenched at his sides. Varys lingered in the shadows, eyes sharp. Baelish was nowhere to be seen. Ned, Robert croaked when he saw him. The sound was like gravel dragged over stone. "You dour bastard. You were right. I drank." "The boar," he charged. "Thought I had him. Slipped." Every word seemed to cost him. Ned came to the bedside, ignoring Cersei's flicker of displeasure. He could see the wound from here, a great tear in the king's side, bound with torn linen that had soaked through. Smelled the rot starting already. "Hold your strength," he said. "What strength?" Robert wheezed, then coughed wetly. "I hurt, Ned." "I know." Ned swallowed. "Send them out," he said, looking around the room. "All of you. I would speak to the king alone." Cersei's eyes flashed. "He is my husband. He is my king," Ned said. "And his hand? Do you mean to quarrel over who has the greater claim upon his last words?" Stannis stepped into the room then, shoulders squared. "I will hear them as well," he said. "I am his brother." Cersei's composure cracked, just a little. "You..." "Enough," Robert rasped. "Enough of your yammering. Ned, let them stay or send them away. I don't care, so long as I can breathe between their squawking." Ned met his gaze, saw pain there, and fear, and a flicker of the young man who had swung a warhammer into a prince's chest on the trident. "Then let those who would hear and hold their tongues," he said. "The rest may go." Cersei's jaw clenched. "I will remain," she said. "You will go," Robert said hoarsely, surprising them all. "You've said enough in my life, woman. Take your whelps and leave me to the men who knew me when I was someone." Her face went white. For a heartbeat, Ned thought she might refuse outright. Then she dipped a stiff, furious curtsy. "As you command," she said. She swept from the room, Joffrey dragging his feet, Tommen and Myrcella in her wake. Varys bowed and slid after them like a shadow, no doubt to hear everything shouted in the corridors. Renly hesitated, but Ned gave him a nod. This was not the time to argue further. Pycelle hovered until Robert snarled for him to go and brew something that might numb the pain for a while. In the end, only Ned and Stannis remained, with Davos lingering near the door, eyes cast down. "You wrote a will last time," Ned thought, a dizzy snatch. "Named me regent to a false king." "Not this time." Robert dragged in a breath, face contorting. "I was a fool," he said. "You told me. Hunt sober, you said. Drink less, you said. Bah." He coughed again, red flecks speckling his lips. "Always did have to do things my way." "You did," Ned said. "And you won half a kingdom that way." "Lost the rest," Robert muttered. "Lyanna." Ned's hand closed briefly around the bedpost. "We can't change that," he said. "We can change this." Robert's eyes flicked to Stannis. "You told him," he rasped. "Not everything," Ned said. "Enough. He's seen what you would not." "None. Brandy." "The children," Stannis said, voice harsh. "They are not yours, Robert. They are Jaime Lannister's." The words hung in the air like a blow. For a long moment there was no sound but Robert's labored breathing and the distant cry of a gull from the bay. "I always knew there was something wrong," Robert whispered at last. "I'd look at the boy and nothing. No part of me in him. I thought it was because I'd never loved his mother." His mouth twisted in a broken grin. "Turns out I was right, in a way." He turned his head, meeting Ned's eyes. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Drag them all out and hang them? The woman I made my queen. The children who call me father. Gods." Ned thought of the futures he'd seen where that happened. Spears through children's chests. Blood on marble floors. A red viper at a princess wedding. Reason enough for half the realm to rise in fury. "Not that," he said. "There is another way." He had not intended to speak of it so soon, but the wound gave him no choice. Tomorrow might not come for a mortally torn king. "Name your true heir," Ned said. "Write it. Seal it. Leave no doubt." Stannis is your rightful successor. The line passes to him, and strips Cersei of her power, but not her life. Tell her she may keep the boy and girl as her children, but they will not sit the throne. Send them away. To Casterly Rock, to some pleasant holding. Let Tywin stew. Better his wounded pride than a war. No, Stannis bristled. You would let treason go unpunished. I would prevent more treason, Ned said. If you execute the Queen and her children, the Westerlands will rise in fire. The Reach will watch and decide who to back based on who offers them more roses. The Stormlands will be torn between you and Renly. The North will hold aloof as long as it can, and while we tear at each other, the wall will fall. I have seen it. Robert's eyes sharpened, as if he heard something in Ned's tone beyond the words. Seen it? He rasped. In dreams, Ned said. It was close enough to truth. In letters. In the faces of men who have served there all their lives. Robert, this wound is killing you. I'll not lie. You can use what time you have left to set us on a path where we might stand together when winter comes. Or you can start another war. Nah. Robert closed his eyes. His big hand fumbled, finding Ned's and crushing it weakly. I was never good at peace, he murmured. Wars, that I understand. You hit what's in front of you. You drink after. Peace is numbers and whispers. He grimaced. But I know this. Stannis is a sour dog, but he's loyal. Renly's too much like me. He'd love the applause and forget why they're clapping. He opened his eyes again, fixing both Ned and Stannis with a hard, fading stare. Stannis, he wheezed. You'll take the throne when I'm gone. You'll do it by law, not by murdering children. Swear it. No, you. Stannis flinched as if struck. I swear it, he said hoarsely. By the Lord of Light, by all the gods, I will not kill them. I will send them away. I will. Good, Robert muttered, sagging. Ned, you'll make him see sense. When he starts growling, you throw a bone. Ned almost smiled. I'll do what I can. Write it, Robert whispered. Stannis produced parchment and quill, ever practical, ever prepared. Ned dictated as Robert spoke, each word dragged from him like a pulled tooth. They named Stannis as heir and protector of the realm until such time as the wall's danger passed. They urged the lords of Westeros to put aside petty quarrels and look north. They declared that the Queen and her children would be sent from the capital, their lives and lands guaranteed so long as they took no part in treason. It was an awkward thing. Half dying man's repentance, half political treatise, but it was something. Robert scrawled his name at the bottom with a hand that shook, then pressed the royal seal into the wax. Sweat stood on his brow. His breath came in short pants. Done, he whispered. No, leave me. Before your long faces make me die faster. Ned squeezed his hand once more, then straightened. Stannis took the rolled parchment reverently, as if it were a sword handed down. We must move quickly, Ned said as they stepped out into the corridor. Cersei will not sit quietly while her power is stripped. She'll run, Stannis said. Or fight. Either way, we must have the city watch, Ned said. And we must let as many lords as possible see the will before anything happens to it. You don't trust the gold cloaks, Stannis said. I don't trust anyone who can be bought for a handful of silver, Ned said. But Varys tells me they hate their current commander. If we can switch him, appoint a man loyal to law rather than coin. Who? Ned thought of his own men. Of Jory, who he could not spare from guarding his daughters. Of Harwin, of others. A Northman might not suit them, he said. They are city men, soft in some ways, hard in others. They need someone who speaks their tongue but remembers what it is to have a spine. He grimaced. I'll talk to Varys. He has names. Once we have the watch. Then we read the will, Stannis said. In the throne room, with as many witnesses as we can cram in. You, me, Renly, Varys, Pycelle, if the old fool remembers his name. The lords of the court. Cersei will scream, but she won't have the swords. She'll have Tywin's, Ned said. Soon enough. Let him come, Stannis said. We'll have Winterfell, the Stormlands, the Reach if I can persuade them, and whatever the hell Renly can charm. If he raises his banners against the law, he'll be a rebel twice over. Even his blasted gold won't buy that many consciences. No, can. Ned thought of all the consciences gold had bought in the other paths. He thought of wildfire blooming green on black water. Don't underestimate him, he said. Or Cersei. I don't underestimate anyone, Stannis said. It's why I sleep so badly. They move like men with a blade at their backs for the rest of that day. Varys, when given a glimpse of the will, raised his brows ever so slightly. Bold, he murmured. Merciful in some ways, cruel in others. Interesting. Will the watch stand? Ned asked. They will, if their next commander tells them to, Varys said. Janos Slynt is loyal to whoever fills his purse. Remove him, and they will grumble. But they will obey the man who replaces him, if he knows how to command. Then we need a man like that, Ned said. I might suggest one, Varys said. A certain sir who has grown disillusioned with his place in the Kingsguard. A man who remembers old oaths. Barristan, Ned said, surprised. Sir Barristan the Bold, Varys agreed. The small folk would cheer to see him at the head of the watch. The lords would think twice before crossing him. And he is less easily bought than some. Nenawa. And may see. Kanin Chine? Ned nodded slowly. Arrange a meeting. They met with the old knight that night in a quiet corner of the armory. Barristan Selmy's white hair gleamed in the lamplight, his face lined but still strong. He listened as they spoke, jaw tightening. I have served 3 kings, he said when they finished. 2 madmen and a drunk. I will not be party to usurpation. This is not usurpation, Ned said. Robert himself has named his heir. Legally, properly. We are trying to prevent a queen from setting her bastard on the throne by murder and lies. Naiga. Abjal. Barristan's gaze flicked between them. And you would have me abandon my white cloak to put on black, he asked. Not black, Ned said. Gold. The city watch needs a commander of honor. You would not be turning your cloak. You would be protecting the city from riot and worse. When the time comes, I need the watch to hold, not turn their spears on those who follow the law. Barristan hesitated. I swore to protect the king, he said. Whoever he was. When he burned men alive, I did nothing. I told myself duty bound my hands. When Robert killed Rhaegar, I knelt to him because the realm needed peace. If I could go back. He shook his head as if casting off ghosts. Perhaps this is a second chance, or a third. His eyes sharpened. If I do this, it will be for the realm. Not for you, Lord Stark. Not for you, Lord Stannis. If you start bickering over crowns while the wall falls, I will put my sword through the man most responsible. Whatever colors he wears. I'd expect nothing less, Ned said. Stannis snorted, a reluctant ghost of approval. They stripped Janos Slynt of his command the next morning, in full view of as much of the court as they could gather. The man sputtered and threatened and swore, but when Barristan stepped forward and took his place at Ned's side, gold cloaks straightened. Some even cheered, the sound wary but real. Cersei watched from a balcony, face white with fury. You move fast, Renly murmured at Ned's elbow, eyes narrowed. Yesterday we had a drunken king. Today we have a dying one, a new commander, and Stannis sulking around the halls like a storm cloud. No, winter is coming, Ned said. We have to move faster. Renly chuckled. though his fingers tapped restlessly on the hilt of his sword. If you turn that phrase into a motto, people might start quoting it. I'll bear the shame, Ned said. They set the time for reading the will. That afternoon, in the throne room, word spread like wildfire through the Red Keep, the city buzzing with rumor. Cersei closeted herself with her kin. Joffrey stalked about snapping at servants. Tywin's raven had not yet flown back with word of all this, but Ned suspected it soon would. As he stood once more beneath the high, twisted mass of the Iron Throne, heart pounding in his chest, Ned thought of the crypts and the visions that had started all of this. Of all the paths where he had hesitated, where he had refused, where he had clung too tightly to a simple, rigid notion of honor while the world burned around him. Of the branches where he had tried to be merciful in the wrong way and paid for it in blood. He thought of Jon on the wall, of Mormont and Benjen somewhere in the cold, of Bran not lying broken in a bed, but running through Winterfell's yards, of Sansa and Arya and Rickon, of children yet unborn who might live to see another summer. He had made himself a hinge. Now the door would swing. He stepped forward as the crowd quieted, the rustle of silk and armor and breath filling the great hall. Stannis stood to one side, grim as stone. Renly to the other, restless. Varys watched, hands steepled. Barristan stood at the foot of the dais, gold cloaks arrayed behind him like a wall. Cersei sat beneath the throne, Joffrey beside her, both dressed in their finest. Her green eyes burned. "In the name of King Robert Baratheon," Ned said, and his voice carried, steady and clear. "By his word and seal, hear the king's final decree. Shay. In the name of King Robert Baratheon," Ned said, and his voice carried, steady and clear. "By his word and seal, hear the king's final decree." A murmur rippled through the hall. Silk whispered. Steel creaked. Someone's nervous cough echoed and was smothered. Above them, the Iron Throne loomed, all twisted blades and shadow, empty for the moment. The air smelled of hot metal, stale incense, and the faint sour undercurrent of fear. Ned unrolled the parchment, feeling the weight of the eyes on him. Lords and ladies in their finery, hedge knights in patched surcoats, courtiers and hangers-on. Cersei watched from below the throne, a blaze of green silk and gold. Joffrey beside her in crimson and black, lips pinched. Renly stood by one pillar in his green and gold, arms folded, face unreadable. Stannis flanked Ned's left, jaw clenched so tight the muscle twitched. Barristan stood before the dais. The gold cloaks fanned out behind him in a burnished arc. Ned's hand was steady as he read. "I, Robert of House Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, do hereby set forth this, my last will and decree." The murmur faded. The hall leaned in. "In the full knowledge that I go to the gods and will not rise from this bed again, I declare and affirm that Stannis of House Baratheon, my brother, is my true and lawful heir. To him I bequeath the crown, the Iron Throne, and all rights and burdens of rule." Ned paused just long enough to hear the sharp intake of breath from one side of the hall, the crackle of shock running through it. Cersei's knuckles whitened on the arm of her chair. Joffrey lurched half up, then froze, color flooding his thin face. "I charge all lords of the Seven Kingdoms to uphold this succession in law and honor. I name Stannis Protector of the Realm, to stand firm against all threats within and without." "Lies!" Joffrey's voice cut across the hall, high and disbelieving. "My father would never—" "Silence," Ned said without looking up. His tone snapped through the air like a whip. "Joffrey." Stannis's voice was colder. "You will hold your tongue in the throne room. The king is speaking." Joffrey's mouth opened and closed. For once, he seemed at a loss. Ned went on. "I further declare that, in the matter of my queen and the children who have been held to be mine, the realm has been misled. For reasons of honor, politics, and personal failure, I have allowed a falsehood to stand. I hereby strip Queen Cersei of House Lannister of all authority as Queen Regent and of any right to rule in my name. Gasps. A woman dropped her fan. Someone muttered a prayer. Ned saw, out of the corner of his eye. Varys' pale hands fold together a fraction tighter. Cersei went very still. Her face had gone white, the flush of anger drained away. Only the green of her eyes seemed alive, bright as glass, fixed on Ned. Yet, Ned read, "I will not stain my last hour with the murder of women and children. Cersei Lannister is to be spared in life and limb. The children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, are to be treated according to their innocence in birth, not their mother's or uncle's sins. They shall not sit the Iron Throne, nor be named as my heirs. Their lives in such lands as befit their station are to be guaranteed, so long as they take no part in treason or war against my lawful successor." Eesh. He let that settle like ash. Around the hall, faces shifted. Ned saw confusion war with outrage, calculation with something like relief. The Westerland's lesser lords looked as if someone had slapped them and then offered them a purse. Kill no lions, yet deny them the son they believe theirs. I command, Ned continued, that upon my death, my former queen and the above-named children shall depart King's Landing for such holding as my heir judges safe and proper, under escort and guard. They are not to be harmed or harassed, on pain of the king's wrath. The parchment crackled faintly as he shifted his grip. Lastly, he read, I charge my heir and all lords of the realm to look beyond their own halls and quarrels. The Night's Watch cries for aid. There are darker things than dragons and rebellions beyond our wall. Winter is coming, and if we squabble over crowns while the snows rise, we shall all perish in the cold. Remember the wall. Remember the watch. Remember that a king's first duty is to the living, not the dead who once wore crowns. Nelly. Robert's words, sharp, unexpected, scrawled in a hand that had trembled but had still been his. Ned swallowed. So written by my own hand, he finished quietly. So sealed, upon my royal seal, in the presence of Eddard of House Stark, Hand of the King, and Stannis of House Baratheon, my brother. He held up the parchment so all could see the heavy red wax, the stag pressed deep. Then he rolled it again, each turn feeling like the closing of a door. This is the king's will, he said, before he dies. Silence held for a heartbeat. 2. Then the throne room exploded. This is treason, Cersei hissed, surging to her feet. Her voice was not loud, but it carried. You put lies in his mouth as he lay dying. My son is the rightful king. I will not stand. Your son, Stannis cut in, is not Robert's son. The word hung between them like an unsheathed blade. Ned watched the courtiers' faces. Some paled, some flushed with excitement. A few went blank, shutters slamming down behind their eyes as calculations shifted. You dare, Cersei whispered. I dare to speak the truth you've lain with, Stannis said. His voice was raw with years of swallowed grievance. The realm has eyes. We can count. We can see hair and face and blood. All 3 of your children have the look of Lannister. None have a drop of Baratheon in them. The seed is strong, my brother said as he died. He saw it. Jon Arryn saw it. Ned Stark saw it. And now the realm will see it. None. He lifted his chin, as if challenging anyone to gainsay him. Cersei laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You think you can shame me with words? She said. You? A man who sulked on an island while your brother won his throne? You have no notion what it takes to rule. You hide behind law and letters and think that makes you strong. My children are the king's children because the king said so. That is what matters. No, the king has said otherwise, Ned said as gently as he could. With his last breath. You forged that parchment, Joffrey snapped, eyes wild. You wrote lies and pressed the seal when he was too weak to see. Guards, seize him. His voice rang loud. No one moved. Barristan's jaw clenched. The gold cloaks behind him stayed where they were, spears grounded. "You are not king, Joffrey," Barristan said, his old voice unexpectedly firm. "Not this day. Not while Robert still draws breath. And not after, if his will stands." "Now." Joffrey stared at him, stunned that anyone dared disobey. "Mother," he said, voice strangled. Cersei had gone very still. Her eyes flickered. Not to Ned, not to Stannis, but to the line of gold cloaks, to Varys in the shadows, to Renly, to the faces of the lords around them, to the doors. "What do you intend?" she asked, looking back to Ned. "Lock me up? Parade me through the streets? Ship me to Casterly Rock in chains and hope my father forgives you?" "I intend to obey the king," Ned said. "You will be escorted from King's Landing once his death is known. You will go with your children to Casterly Rock, or to another holding if Stannis decrees it, with guards sworn to your safety. You will not be harmed unless you take up arms or plots against the crown. That is more mercy than many in your place have received. I should be grateful." She bared her teeth in something not unlike a smile. "You think my father will sit in his rock and accept this? You think he'll roll over and let his grandchildren be written out like ink blotted from a page? Mayuna. I think Tywin Lannister loves his life and his legacy more than he loves you," Stannis said flatly. "He will not risk open war against all 7 kingdoms for the sake of 3 children who are not even true heirs. He'll posture, he'll send letters, he'll count his gold, but if he raises his banners, he'll be a rebel again. And this time, there will be no Targaryen madness to excuse him." Ned hoped Stannis was right. In too many of his visions, Tywin had marched regardless. But here, the terms were different. There was a will. There were witnesses. There was mercy where once there had been slaughter. Cersei's eyes glittered. "You speak as if you know my father's mind," she said. "You do not." She sounded almost amused. "He will burn the world for us. If he tries, we'll put the fire out," Renly said. His tone was light, but his hand had settled on his sword. "In the meantime, perhaps we should see to the king who is still alive, and the succession he has just named." Ned inclined his head. "Until Robert dies," he said, "he is king. Let no man forget that. When he goes to the gods, Stannis Baratheon is lawful heir. The lords of the realm must swear to him. Those who will not may leave the city. He let his gaze sweep the hall. The North will not stay at court where lions gnash their teeth. I will go home and raise my people to stand by the wall, not by any man's pride." He had not meant to say that last part aloud, but the words came on their own. The hall stirred. Lords glanced at one another. The wall was a word they had not expected to hear in this moment. "Always the North," Renly murmured. "You're like a boy with his favorite toy. It's everyone's wall," Ned said. "If it falls, this throne will make a fine perch for crows." Stannis's lip twitched, the closest he came to agreement. Cersei turned on her heel. "This is not finished," she said. "I know," Ned said quietly. She swept from the hall, Joffrey stalking at her side, Tommen and Myrcella trailing. A cluster of Lannister men shouldered after them, hands on their sword hilts, faces tight. The hall's tension thinned slightly as the green and gold and crimson left, like a storm cloud rolling away to the west. It did not break. "Do you mean to crown me while my brother still breathes?" Stannis asked. "No," Ned said. "We'll not give the Lannisters that word to fling about Kingslayer again. You will sit the council and see that the city remains calm. When Robert dies, we will read this decree again before as many lords as we can gather. Then the crown is yours." "And in the interval," Renly said, "we stare at each other across corridors and doors, waiting to see who moves first." "In the interval," Ned said, "we make ready for both war and winter. We bring what ships we can under control. We send riders. We send ravens. We make sure the city watch is paid." "Nani?" And he looked to Barristan. "Sir," he said, "I won't ask you to break your vows, but I will ask this. Keep a close watch on your men. if anyone approaches them with coin or promises. I'll know, Barristan said, and I'll cut the hand that offers it if I must. Varys dipped his head. I shall listen as well, my lord. Coins make a great deal of noise if you know what to listen for. Listen, Ned said, and bring me what you hear. Quietly. The hall began to empty, people drifting away in knots, whispering. The news would be all over the city before the hour turned. The king dying, the queen stripped, Stannis named heir. Tywin's name already hissed like a fuse. Later, in the privacy of the Hand Solar, Stannis paced like a caged thing. You gave away punishment that was mine to mete out, he said abruptly. Ned sat by the hearth, the crackle of the fire a small comfort in a stone room that felt colder than Winterfell. Luwin's letters lay on the table beside him, under a stone weight shaped like a direwolf. I gave away blood that would have soaked a realm, Ned said. Killing children in silk beds has been done before. We're still paying for it. Aerys burned my father and brother, Stannis said. My brother killed Rhaegar. Where was your mercy then? The children of Rhaegar were butchered in their beds, Ned said softly. I saw them. I saw their mother's blood on the wall. I see it every time I close my eyes in some paths. Do you want that for Myrcella? For Tommen? For Joffrey? Joffrey is a viper, Stannis muttered. Maybe, Ned said. He didn't choose the venom he was born with. If he takes up arms, if he plots, that's another matter. But if we start with their throats, we'll never convince half the realm this was justice, not a northern purge of lions. No. He leaned forward. We need them to stand with us when the cold comes, he said. Harbor resentment if they like, plot letters, but stand. I have seen too many futures where we bleed ourselves dry between south and west while the north freezes. Stannis stopped pacing. You keep saying that, he said slowly. That you've seen, that you know. Ned met his gaze. For a long moment, he considered silence. To speak of weirwoods and visions to Stannis Baratheon seemed like pouring salt on granite. But Stannis had come because a letter told him the law was bent. Stannis had believed when told the Queen's children were wrong in their blood. Stannis had listened to Davos speak of storms with eyes. You swore to the gods when you promised to spare the children, Ned said. Which gods did you mean? Stannis' jaw tightened. I'm not sure anymore, he said. The Red Woman on Dragonstone speaks of a Lord of Light. The Septons speak of 7. My maester mutters about the old gods and the nameless ones across the sea. I know this. Law is law. Whatever sits above, if anything sits at all, has not spoken to me. Now, they spoke to me, Ned said. Stannis' eyes widened just a fraction. When Jon Arryn died, Ned went on. When Robert rode north, when I stood in the crypts by Lyanna's statue, I fell. Or I was taken. Call it witchery if you like. I saw futures. Paths where I refused Robert. Where I went south as before and died for my honor. Where I played the game as others do. In most, I died. In many, the wall fell. In all, winter came. Nah. Stannis stared at him, the skepticism plain on his sharp, bony face. You think me mad, Ned said quietly. I think you're a Stark, Stannis said. You see snow in your soup and call it a sign, but... He hesitated, then grunted. I have dreamed at times, of cold fires, of a great red sword, of shadows. The Red Woman says it's a god speaking. I say it's the stomach, but I've had enough strange things cross my path lately that I won't call another impossible out of hand. He folded his arms. Say you saw all this, he said. Say these visions guided you. How do I know you're not being guided by something that wants the realm weaker? That wants us distracted? No. I don't, Ned said. I asked myself that in the crypts, but every path where I ignored the wall ended in blue fire over dead cities. Every path where I turned kings and lords northward at least gave us a chance. If it is some enemy whispering, it's a very subtle one. Stannis snorted again. "The gods older knew never struck me as subtle," he said. "But I'll say this, Stark. Whether your visions come from trees or from too much northern wine, your conclusions match what I see from a far different vantage. A kingdom divided falls easily. A wall unguarded is an invitation for any threat. We differ in many things, but not in this. The realm must stand together." "No." "Good," Ned said. "Then we start there." They had less time than he would have liked. Robert lasted 3 days. In that time, the city simmered. Cersei remained in her chambers, seeing only Lannister men and the occasional Tyrell cousin. Joffrey stalked the halls with a scowl, trailed by Sandor Clegane and his burned face. Tommen wept when he thought no one saw him. Myrcella walked with her septa, pale and quiet. Rumors multiplied like flies over a corpse. Some said the king was already dead and the hand was hiding it. Others whispered that the queen had poisoned him and would slit Ned's throat next. Others still murmured of white shadows in the north, brought on the wind by the crowmen who had ridden through the gate. Ned held council every day, his presence at the table a stone the others flowed around. Varys brought small reports. Tywin's household knights gathering at the rock, ravens flying to and from Highgarden, Dorne quiet but watchful. Baelish smiled and suggested little ways the crown could profit from the uncertainty. Renly flirted and jested and watched, always watched. Stannis sat rigid, saying little outside cold questions about garrison strengths and supply. On the third night, not long after sunset, a page came to the Hand's Tower with eyes like saucers. "My lord," he whispered, as if afraid the words themselves would bring ill luck. The king is gone." Ned knew before the boy spoke. He had felt it, some shift in the bones of the castle, as if a weight had shifted on a shelf and something high and brittle trembled. "Wake Lord Stannis," he said. "And Lord Renly, send word to the small council, and to Sir Barristan. No one else, not yet." The page scrambled away. Ned stood alone for a long moment, hands braced on the edge of the table. He remembered Robert's booming laughter in Winterfell's yard the first summer after the rebellion. The way he'd lifted Lyanna's tombstone in the crypts, fingers reverent on cold stone. The taste of ale and victory on the morning after the trident. The long, slow sag of his shoulders in recent years under the weight of a crown had never wanted to wear. "Goodbye," Ned said quietly. There was no one to hear. The throne room was a different place when the bells tolled. The last time, when Eddard Stark had stood there with Joffrey on the throne and his own leg throbbing and the crowd screaming for blood, the air had been thick with summer heat and fear. Now it was evening, and a chill seeped through the high windows. Torches burned all along the walls, shadows licking the swords of the Iron Throne. The hall was packed. Word had spread faster than a raven. Nobles and knights, merchants and petitioners. They crammed the floor, faces pale and avid. The gold cloaks formed a cordon around the dais. Barristan stood before the throne, sword at his side. Stannis and Renly flanked the steps. Varys and Pycelle and Baelish were off to one side. Cersei stood beneath the throne again, Joffrey beside her, chin up. Ned held Robert's will in his hand. "This clay that was our king has returned to the gods," Pycelle had intoned a few moments ago, tears glistening in his beard. "May they have mercy on his soul." Now, the realm waited to see what would become of the clay he had left behind. Ned stepped forward. "Lords and ladies," he said, "small folk of the city, hear now the last will and decree of King Robert Baratheon, sealed by his hand 3 days past, witnessed by myself and by his brother Stannis." He unrolled the parchment, the motion familiar. The words were the same, but heavier now that the man who had written them lay in the sept, being washed and anointed. He read again, of Stannis' succession, of Cersei's stripping, of mercy for the children of the wall. This time, there was no interruption. Even Joffrey seemed frozen, his eyes fixed on Ned with a hate so bright it was almost a child's terror. When Ned finished, when the words lay in the air like a drawn blade, Stannis stepped forward. "I Stannis of House Baratheon, he said, voice hard as flint, second brother of King Robert, do accept the burden he lays upon me. I swear, before the gods in the realm, to uphold his will, to spare where he has commanded it, to protect where he has named, and to rule in law. Nay, Brace. He turned, slowly, to face the hall. I will not be a pleasant king, he said. I am not made for feasts and songs. I am made to see that men do their duty. If you come before me, I will not ask if you like me. I will ask if you have done what is right. His gaze cut through the crowd like a knife. But I will see the wall watched. I will see the watch fed. I will see laws enforced. And if shadows come out of the north, I will not pretend they are tricks of the light. Aye. He looked at Ned. Lord Stark, he said just loudly enough. You spoke for me in this. Will the North stand with me? Ned thought of the visions. Of winters, where the stag banner flew over a ruined King's Landing, if it flew at all. Of summers where it did. Of paths where Stannis burned and paths where he stood. The North stands with those who remember that winter comes, Ned said. You have spoken of the wall. You have sworn to spare children, to honor law. The North will hold to its oaths. MP. Then kneel, Stannis said. It might have been arrogance. It might have been ritual. It did not matter. Ned sank to one knee on the cold stone, his cloak pooling around him. The hall murmured, then stilled. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Stannis of House Baratheon, he said, words clear. I, Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, do swear you my sword in my service, so long as you protect the realm, uphold the law, and remember the wall. Others followed. Renly was next. His kneel was a fraction slower. His head bowed more slightly, but there. Brother, he said, I abide by Robert's will. I will not contest you now. The Stormlands will stand. The last words had an edge. One by one, great lords and small came forward. Mace Tyrell, florid and puffed, muttering something about good of the realm. Paxter Redwine. Garland and Loras behind, eyes bright with something more complicated. A few river lords, their loyalty sliding along old channels, Tully blood-remembered promises. The Vale sent Bronn and Bronn's warriors in Lord Aaron's stead. Lysa had not come, but her men bent the knee for old friendship and obligation. Not all. Some Westerlands lords held back, faces set. We cannot swear without Lord Tywin's leave, one said, his voice thick with fear and stubbornness. He is our liege. We raise our banners for him, not a parchment. Ned looked to Stannis. Your choice, he said. Stannis' jaw flexed. You are not forsworn yet, he said, addressing the man. Your lord is not here to pledge or refuse. Take ship or road and go to your rock. Tell Tywin what you have heard. Carry him a copy of the will. Tell him that I will hear his oath if he comes, and give him the lands and honors that befit his station. If he refuses, Stannis' eyes hardened. Then he will be a rebel, and I will treat him as one. The Westerlander swallowed. And in the meantime, my lord, in the meantime, Stannis said, you will keep your swords sheathed in this city. You will not stir riot. Barristan, see that if they attempt to slip away by night with half their men, they are stopped. Your grace, Barristan said. Your grace. The words were out before any formal coronation. Ned saw some faces flinch. Words had power. The oaths took time, but they set something in motion nonetheless. A new axis around which the realm would turn, at least for a time. As the crowd thinned, as the nobles drifted away to whisper in corners and plan, Cersei stood with her children at the base of the throne, motionless. When do you mean to send us away? She asked at last, as Ned approached to speak of practical matters. A fortnight, Ned said. It will take that long to ready the escort and provisions. You think I will quietly pack my gowns and go? She asked. I think, Ned said, that you love your children. Leaving now gives them a chance at a life that doesn't end on a headsman's block or in the middle of a battlefield. Her throat worked. For a moment, some softer emotion flickered across her face. Then it was gone. "Joffrey will never forgive you," she said. "I can live with that," Ned said. "Better his hatred from afar than his corpse at my feet." "You speak as if your way is the only way," she said. "Do you know what it is to be sold for a crown? To be bedded by a man who sees another woman every time he looks at you? To watch your father weigh your worth in castles? You speak of law and mercy, Stark. None of your laws spared me. Why should I trust your mercy?" "You shouldn't," Ned said. "You should trust Roberts. This was his wish. Whatever else he did, he wanted you and your children to live. If you think so little of him that you want to honor that, don't you dare," she whispered, stepping closer. Up close, he could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the tightness in her mouth. "Don't you dare tell me what Robert wanted. He wanted a corpse he could weep over and call Lyanna. He wanted a warhammer. He wanted a hunts and whoring. He did not want a queen who saw more clearly than he did." "Perhaps," Ned said. "But he also wanted to see her brother take the throne, not your son. He wanted that enough to put it to parchment. You asked what law ever did for you. This is it. It saves you now. Don't spit on the only shield you've been given." Their gazes locked. For a heartbeat, there was an understanding between them that had nothing to do with love or like. Two people who had both been crushed beneath the same man's choices, pulling in different directions. "I will go," Cersei said, "because I won't give you the satisfaction of dragging me, and because my father's wrath will be better served if he has living grandchildren to rage over. But know this, Stark. Whatever walks out of your winter woods, it will not be as cruel as what you have wakened in the West." "I hope that's true," Ned said. "If the choice is between the dead and Tywin, I'll fight Tywin twice over." She laughed once, a low, bitter sound. "We'll see," she said. They left within the fortnight. Joffrey refused to cry. He stood rigid as Ned spoke the terms at the gate. Safe passage, lands in the West, no royal titles. His hatred hung around him like a cloak. Tommen wept openly, clinging to Myrcella's hand. Myrcella's eyes were wide and stunned, taking in the great red walls she might never see again. "Farewell, your grace," Ned said. "Because whatever else, Cersei had worn the crown." "I will never forgive you," Joffrey spat. "You don't have to," Ned said. "You just have to live." Sandor Clegane swung into his saddle with his usual rough grace. The hound's burned face turned briefly toward Ned. There was something like respect in his twisted mouth. "You spared them," the hound muttered. "I've seen worse." "I've seen worse too," Ned said. "I'd rather not again." The column rode out, green and gold and red, under a white flag with a golden lion. Lannister colors, but not King's colors. They took the road west, toward the Gold Road and the Rock, toward whatever response Tywin would muster. Ned watched them until they vanished in the haze. When he turned back, Stannis stood on the wall beside him, face hard. "You've done what you set out to do," Stannis said. "No bloodletting in the throne room, no children on spikes. You've also sent a nest of vipers to a rock with a man who likes vipers." "I know," Ned said. "You think Tywin will swallow this?" Stannis asked. "I think he will choke on it," Ned said. "The question is whether he spits or swallows. We'll prepare either way." Stannis's mouth twitched, a Baratheon almost smile, brief and grim. "Come," he said. "The crown won't seat itself." The coronation was a smaller, sharper affair than Robert's had been. Stannis refused the great feasts, the fountains of wine, the tourneys Renly suggested. There was a septon, a crown, a sword, a hall full of witnesses. Ned watched as the crown was set upon Stannis's head, as the Stormlord's face remained all angles and shadows, no joy in it. He watched the lords kneel again, some more grudgingly than before, some more readily now that the matter was settled. When it was done, Stannis took the throne like a man lowering himself into a bed of nails. The Iron Throne seemed to reject him, pricking at his back with every wrong shift. But he did not flinch. "Rise," he said. "We have work." And so they did. Work, Ned realized, was what might save them. Not swords drawn over crowns, not songs sung of glory, but the slow, grinding labor of preparing for a winter most men still wouldn't believe in. The first acts of King Stannis were not popular. He cut the royal household's expenses in half. He canceled the hands tourney Renly had been planning, despite protests. He sent letters to every Lord Paramount, invoking Robert's will and demanding levies of men and grain for the wall. He ordered an accounting of the realm's debts that made Baelish blanch, and then smile in a different way. All calculation. "You'll not let me work my miracles with coin if you watch me so closely," Petter said lightly. "I'd rather have a lesser miracle than a greater theft," Stannis replied, unmoved. He appointed Davos Seaworth to the small council as his master of ships, over the objections of half the court. "I'd rather trust a smuggler who knows what hunger is," Stannis said, "than a lord who's only ever seen the sea from a balcony." He kept Ned as hand. "You're a blunt instrument," Stannis told him. "I need one. You're tiresome, but you don't steal. That's rarer than I'd like." "I'm honored," Ned said dryly. He pushed through measures for the wall with a relentlessness Ned could almost admire. Grain caravan levies were decreed. Roads northward given priority in repairs. Recruits for the Watch offered royal pardons for certain crimes. Mormont's ravens grew almost giddy with thanks, though beneath the clipped words Ned heard the same underlying dread. It wasn't enough. It could never be enough. But it was more than any king had done in 100 years. Not all the realm complied willingly. Mace Tyrell grumbled about sending his good barley north to be eaten by black crows and frozen brigands. The Reach, fat on summer, disliked winter talk. "They'll send in the end," Varys said. "The Tyrells don't like being seen as niggardly. They'll send caravans with flowers painted on the sides and songs in the drivers' mouths. They'll make a spectacle of their generosity. Let them. Grain is grain." Dorne sent cool, precise letters, offering little, promising nothing. "Oberyn Martell writes like a man sharpening a knife," Stannis muttered. "We'll keep him at arm's length as long as we can." The Westerlands sent nothing at first. Then came a letter from Tywin. It was delivered by a lord with a lion on his breast and fear in his eyes, in the small council chamber with Stannis and Ned and the others present. Varys broke the red wax, eyes flitting, and passed it to the king. Stannis read it. His jaw muscles tightened. He handed it to Ned. It was short, for a man known to produce long, cold instructions. "To King Stannis of House Baratheon, I have received word of my daughter's removal, my grandchildren's disinheritance, and Robert's will. I note that while you strip my blood of crown and station, you do not spill it. I note also that you invoke law, as is your custom. I will not contest Robert's will by war at this time. I have no intention of breaking my head against a wall while snow falls elsewhere. The Westerlands will send the required levies of grain to the Night's Watch. We will not, however, supply you with men to stand against your northern ghosts while my grandchildren sit in enforced exile. Should harm befall them, should they be denied their rights of property and safety, I will reconsider my position. Remember that gold does not forget. Tywin Lannister." "He yields," Renly said, sounding astonished. "He postpones," Ned said. "He'll wait and see if Stannis falls on his own." "I know Tywin," Stannis said, crumpling the parchment in his fist. "He calculates, as always. He'll let me fight the winter. If I win, he'll claim it was with his piety and grain. If I lose, he'll pick over the bones." "Good," Ned said. Both Baratheons looked at him. "Good?" Stannis demanded. "Better a cautious lion than one charging at our flanks while we face north," Ned said. "Let him posture in his rock. Let his gold trickle north with the grain, whether he likes it or not. If winter kills us all, he dies too. He knows that. He'll sit and hope we're first between its teeth." "Nay," At coming. The front chain. On the board he said. And if we survive? Renly asked. Then we'll see, Ned said. That became his refrain in those months. And then, time moved. It did not leap, as in visions. It trudged, day after day. Winter came down in earnest. In the north, snow piled higher than men's heads against longhouse walls. In King's Landing, cold fog crept up from the river, turning the city's reek into something heavier, damp and clinging. Fires burned day and night in the Red Keep. The poor shivered in their huddled masses, curses rising with their breath. Grain moved northward in slow, stubborn caravans. Wagons piled high with sacks stamped with stags and roses and lions, oxen steaming, drivers cursing the ruts and drifts. Men in black met them at keeps along the way, taking their due. Not enough, never enough. But more than in the visions where Ned had not pushed. Ned's letters flew to Winterfell as often as weather allowed. Catelyn wrote of Robb taking to lordship with a seriousness that made him older. Of Bran's restless energy channeled into maps and stories and training rather than climbing. Of Arya's refusal to keep her stitching neat. Of Sansa's quietness and bright politeness. Rickon sent blotched drawings of wolves. Benjen did not write. At the Wall, life reorganized itself around what trickled from the south. Jeor Mormont sent ravens of thanks, ravens with warnings, ravens with frustration. He spoke of scouting parties pushed farther north, of wildlings fleeing something unseen, of strange blue lights in the woods at night. He spoke increasingly of Jon. Your son is stubborn, Mormont wrote once, ink blotted where the quill had pressed too hard. He has a mind for the watch, though. He asks questions other boys don't. He listens more than he talks. And his wolf sees things before the men do. I have used him more than once in the yard and the hall. If he survives the winter, you may be proud. The words burned in Ned's chest. He read them alone by the brazier, the city's faint noise seeping through the stone walls like a distant sea. In time, Ned received another raven, this one terse and strained. We have seen them. No tales, no exaggerations. I am too old to shit myself at shadows, but I nearly did. Blue eyes and dead faces, swords that froze the steel in our hands. We burned them after they fell and they screamed like ice breaking. We are not ready. We will never be ready. Send more. J. Mormont. Ned brought that letter to the small council like a flung gauntlet. They are real, he said, slapping it down. Pycelle paled. Renly's jest died on his tongue. Baelish's smile went thin. Varys read it, eyes shuddered, then looked up. That settles some questions, the eunuch said softly, and raises many others. Stannis' face had gone utterly still, as if the flesh had tightened over bone. How many? He asked. They don't yet know, Ned said. Enough to harry ranged parties. Enough to make men break and run. Not yet enough to overwhelm the wall. Not yet, Renly repeated under his breath. We send more men, Stannis said. We send every criminal languishing in a black cell. We send every third son who wants adventure. We send knights, Ned said. They looked at him. Criminals and outcasts will help fill the ranks, he said. But if the wall is held only by men who were thrown there, the rest of the realm will still treat it as a sewer for their refuse. We need names, banners, lords' sons, knights who will ride north with songs at their backs and return with scars and stories that make other men believe. You want tourney nights in snow? Renly asked. I want some of your bright painted Loras Tyrells to see blue eyes in the dark and come back to tell your flowers what lies beyond their gardens, Ned said. I want the wall to be something they brag of surviving at feasts, not a place they threaten to send unruly bastards. That means some of them have to go. Stannis considered that. You think it will shame them into belief, he said. Yes, Ned said simply. Varys' mouth curved. You've grown quite cunning, Lord Stark, he murmured. The trees have sharpened you. Speak plainly, Stannis said. Who do we send, and how do we make them go? You do not tear them from their homes by force, Ned said. That breeds resentment. You call for volunteers. You make it an honor. A winter vigil, a chance to prove themselves to a new king. You send letters to the great houses and ask them to send 1 or 2 sons each, or trusted knights. You send some of your own men. And you? Renly asked. I'll send a son, Ned said before he could think better of it. Or a ward as good as. When the time's right. They'll say I favored my own else. Nay. He thought of Bran, who would burn with the desire to see the wall. Of Rickon, still too small. Of Robb, needed in the north. He thought of a boy with gray eyes who had once stood in Winterfell's yard and looked up at him as if he held the stars. Jon was already there. That would have to suffice for now. We can add some ceremony, Renly said, warming to the idea. A white cloak for crows, if you'll forgive the mixed heraldry. A send-off from the capital. Songs, knights, maidens throwing flowers. Make the wall seem dashing. Nay, it will not be dashing when they're freezing their arses off, Stannis muttered. But if it gets them north, I don't care. Letters were written. The responses were mixed. Some houses sent promising young men gladly, as a cheaper way to earn honor than sending them to expensive tourneys. Others sent knights whose usefulness at home had declined. A few sent their worst troublemakers with sighs of relief and flowery descriptions of their bravery. But some sent true steel. The Tyrells sent a younger son of a vassal lord, all eager eyes and a rose on his shield. The Arryns, despite Lysa's fears, sent Ser Vardis Egan's nephew. The Tullys sent a hard-bitten knight who had ridden with Hoster in his youth. Even a Martell rider arrived one cold morning, dark-faced and sardonic. My lord sends me to see if the snow is more hospitable than your court, he told Ned with a half-bow. I suspect it will be. They gathered in the courtyard of the Red Keep one morning under a sky the color of pewter. Cloaks snapped in the wind. Banners hung stiff and heavy. Ned stood before them with Stannis and the small council, the men of the watch in a line behind. Black cloaks, hard eyes. You go north, Stannis told them. Not for glory, but for duty. The songs are written about kings and battles in the south. I won't promise you music. I will promise you music. If you stand your watch, if you fight against what comes, your names will be carved in the wall as long as it stands. When men speak of this winter in years to come, your deeds will be part of what they say. Some of them won't live to hear it, Renly murmured. Then they won't know if I made good, Stannis said. Ned stepped forward. I have walked the streets of this city, he said. I have heard men scoff at the watch, call them crows, call them thieves. They're wrong. The men in black are the line between us and the cold. You will stand with them now. You have a chance to see what your fathers refused to look at. When you come back, you'll be the proof I need. They rode out that afternoon, hooves striking sparks from cobbles, black and bright cloaks mingling. The small folk watched, craning their necks, muttering. Some spat in contempt. Some cheered. Some made signs against evil. Ned watched until the last spear vanished into the haze. You're sending your hopes north, Catelyn wrote later, when she heard. You always did love that wall more than is sensible. He wrote back, I'm sending men to keep our children from freezing. In the north, Jon Snow met the new arrivals. He stood in Castle Black's yard, Ghost at his side, watching his knights and lordlings dismounted. They were softer than the men he'd come to know, cloaks cleaner, boots less worn, eyes still full of the world beyond. Some looked around in open disdain. Others stared at the wall with awe. Jorah Mormont grunted. We'll see if they're more trouble than they're worth, he said. But bodies are bodies. They'll bring tales back, Jon said. It matters. You sound like your father, Mormont said. Jon flushed. It was half pride, half something else. That night, in the rookery's shadow, he sat with Samwell Tarly, watching the new men scurry and slip in the yard. "You think this will change anything?" Sam asked. His breath misted. "It already has," Jon said. "They wouldn't be here otherwise." The king listens. The hand listens. If they bring back stories of what we've seen, then more will come? Or at least fewer will laugh. Sam shivered, and it had little to do with the cold. "I can't imagine anyone laughing if they saw them," he said. The way its eyes glowed, the sound when it moved. Jon's hand tightened in Ghost's fur. The direwolf whined low, ears flattening. "We'll give them something to see," Jon said. "So when they go home, they can't pretend." Above them, the wall loomed, bony white against a sky full of distant stars. South of all that, in King's Landing, politics did not sleep. Renly grew restless. "It's all very noble," he told Ned one evening as they stood on a balcony overlooking the city, wind sharp. "Feeding the wall, sending gallant boys to freeze for us. But the lords whisper. They will always whisper," Ned said. "That's what they do when their mouths aren't full. They whisper that Stannis is too hard," Renly went on. "That he grinds them with taxes and refuses them their pageantry. That he hears petitions with a scowl rather than a jest. That he reminds them of their duties instead of their rights." "No, guy." "He does," Ned said. "That's his job. It may be," Renly said. "But he'll not keep love that way." "He doesn't want love," Ned said. "He wants obedience. The wall won't care if he's beloved." Renly leaned on the stone railing, looking out over the tangled roofs. "The realm cares," he said. "They might follow him against Tywin if it comes to that. Will they follow him against the dark? Or will they sit in their keeps and mutter about his arrogance while the snow piles against their doors?" "What do you suggest?" Ned asked. "That you take his crown and charm them into warmth?" Renly smiled, brief and bright. "Tempting," he said. "I know men who'd back me, but I gave my word, for now." Ned studied him. Renly had grown in these months. More lines at the corners of his eyes, deeper shadows under them. He'd lost some of the careless boyishness, though the charm remained. "You want something," Ned said. "I want the realm," Renly said frankly. "Not for myself alone. For us. For all. If Stannis breaks himself on this wall of yours, someone will have to pick up the pieces. I'd rather it be me than Tywin. Or some dragon girl from across the sea." "Then help Stannis now," Ned said. "Don't undercut him. Don't steal his banners. When you go among the lords, speak not just of his scowls, but of his letters. Of the grain he sends north. Of the men he spares from foolish wars. Make them see that duty as its own kind of glory." Renly snorted. "You're asking me to sell them a meal with no spice." "Spice it," Ned said. "Make a story. Stannis the Stern, if you like. The king who stood when the cold came." "And you?" Renly asked. "When they sing of this winter, what name do you want?" Ned thought of his visions. Of how often he had died unnoticed in the snow or on the steps of the Septi. Of how many futures only shifted because he bent, not because he'd become a hero. "I don't care if they sing of me," he said. "I care that they sing." Renly looked at him for a long moment. Then he chuckled. "You're infuriating," he said. "No wonder Robert liked you." "He liked me because I told him when he was wrong," Ned said. "And because you didn't want his chair," Renly murmured. Time moved. Winter deepened. Reports from the wall grew more dire. They spoke of skirmishes in the woods where rangers barely returned, half frozen and half mad. Of wildling tribes streaming south, driven by something they wouldn't name. Of blue-eyed corpses found in the snow and burned with shaking hands. Ned pressed the small council, the lords, the singers in the streets. He commissioned, over Pycelle's sputtering objections, a series of broadsheets telling of the wall and the watch. They were crude things, inked on rough paper, but they spread through the city. Stories of brave black-cloaked men fighting cold demons, of young knights from the south standing beside them. The small folk devoured them, copying them by hand, embellishing them, adding details. "So you use songs after all," Baelish said, amused. "I use whatever works," Ned said. He had changed. He knew it sometimes, walking alone in the God's Wood of the Red Keep, under the pale trunk of the southern weirwood with its faint, stunted face. He knelt as he had in Winterfell, hands cold, sore across his knees. "I am no longer the man who left you," he said to the carved eyes. "I am not sure what I've become in his place." The presence that had watched him in Winterfell was fainter here, but he felt echoes of it. Roots reaching under sea and stone, minds touching like branches in a frozen forest. "You are becoming what you must," it seemed to murmur, without words. "A man who bends and still does not break. A man who has seen endings and still chooses. Will it be enough?" Ned whispered. "Or have I only bought us a different doom?" "There are always dooms," the silent answer came. "You have turned some aside. You have given others room to act. That is all any man can do." He thought then of Jon on the wall, of a girl with dragons half a world away, of a little boy who did not fall from a tower. "Watch them," he said, feeling foolish, speaking to a tree. "If you can, if you do." He felt something like a scent. Years earlier he had laughed at tales of greenseers. He did not laugh now. News from across the narrow sea filtered in alongside all the rest. Varys brought it first, via letters from Pentos, from Qohor, from merchants. "A girl," he said. "Silver-haired. Sold to a horse lord. Widowed. Now a breaker of chains, if you believe the more florid reports. And she has dragons." "Nutty, and tea." Ned's skin prickled. "How many?" he asked. "3, Varys said. "Small yet, growing. The free cities gossip about her as they once did about Viserys. The difference is that she seems to be doing something." "What?" Stannis demanded. "Freeing slaves," Varys said. "Burning some masters, gathering followers, making a spectacle." "Will she come west?" Renly asked. "Likely," Varys said. "The question is when, and in what mood." "Nonde." Ned thought of the visions, of Daenerys above a burning King's Landing, of her above Winterfell with snow spiraling in her dragon's wake, of her dying on a spear of ice. In some, she never came at all. She rotted in some eastern alley, dragons strangled in eggs or meat. "Send her a letter," Ned said suddenly. Both Baratheons stared at him. "A letter," Stannis said. "Yes," Ned said. "You're the king now. You can do something Robert never did. Speak to her as more than an enemy. Tell her what's coming. Tell her that if she comes to these shores, she'll find a wall that needs fire more than the Red Keep does." "Nunga, you'd ally with a Targaryen?" Stannis asked slowly. "I'd ally with the stranger himself if he held the cold back," Ned said. "Robert's war is done. The dead don't care whose father killed whose." Renly barked a laugh. "The songs will love that," he said. "Ned Stark, friend to dragons." "I don't want their love," Ned said. "I want their help." Stannis grimaced. "You'll make peace with anyone, won't you?" he muttered. "Next you'll tell me to sup with Tywin." "Only if he brings grain," Ned said. In the end, the letter was written in Stannis's blunt hand, with Ned's quieter words shaping it. "To Daenerys of House Targaryen. It said that the crimes of your father do not belong to you. That dragons had once been the realm's shield against winter, not just its scourge. That a greater enemy stirred in the north, beyond old grudges. It did not beg. It did not invite her to claim the throne. It invited her, if she came, to consider pointing her fire north. We send it knowing it may never reach her," Varys said as he affixed his own tiny seal. "Merchants lose letters, captains lose nerve, dragons may never hatch." "They've hatched," Ned said. "We shall see," Varys said. Time moved. The first full assault on the wall, came on a night of no moon. Jon Snow stood on the walkway, cold so deep in his bones it felt like stone. Ghost paced at his side, fur bristling. The air itself seemed to freeze in his lungs. Below, the forest was a black sea. "Listen," Sam whispered. Jon did. At first he heard only the wind, a long, low moan across the ice. Then beneath it, a new sound. A faint crackle, like ice breaking. A distant, rhythmic clatter. "They're coming," someone said down the line. His voice shook. "Hold," Mormont called, his voice a growl. "Hold the line. Notch arrows. Fire at the blue ones first. Remember, head and hands, then flame." Jon's fingers were clumsy on the arrow, but he managed. Beside him, Sir Eliezer Thorne muttered something under his breath that might have been a prayer. Farther along, knights from the south shifted in their cloaks, faces pale in the torchlight. They came out of the trees. At first, they looked like men in armor, dark shapes moving with unnatural precision. Then torchlight flickered on their faces, on eyes that glowed a corpse blue, on skin stretched tight over bone, on rime glistening on their mail. No breath steamed from their mouths. No voices rose. Between them, moving with an awful, sinuous grace, glided figures taller than men, pale as old ice, armor faintly translucent, blades thin as shards of moonlight. Another's eyes met Jon's across the gulf. For a heartbeat he could not move. Ghost growled, hair rising. The wolf's red eyes flared. "Loose!" Mormont roared. Arrows hissed down. Some struck dead men and stuck. Some bounced. A few shattered against the pale armor of the taller figures. The first rank of whites barely slowed. "Again!" Mormont shouted. "Burn them!" Torches arced out, trailing fire. Pitchpots shattered. Flames bloomed on the path below, catching on dry brush, licking at stiff, dead cloth. Some of the whites walked straight into it, arms raised, faces slack, until their skin blackened and flaked away. They fell and still crawled, until more arrows pinned them or the fire consumed them entirely. The others moved through the blaze like shadows through smoke. One lifted its blade. The air around it crackled. Frost blossomed on the ice wall itself. It pointed. The dead surged. Jon loosed again and again, his arm aching, the strain biting his fingers through the glove. Ghost paced, snarling, tail stiff. Men shouted along the line. Some laughed in thin, hysterical bursts. Some prayed aloud. A man to Jon's left broke. He dropped his bow and scrambled back, eyes white. "Hold!" Sir Eliezer barked, shoving him back into place with brutal force. "You run and I'll gut you myself before they do." Below, the first of the dead reached the wall. They climbed. Their fingers dug into cracks in the ice with inhuman strength. They clawed upward, heedless of arrows, heedless of flame. Their blue eyes never blinked. "Oil!" Mormont bellowed. Men heaved barrels to the edge, breaking them on the stone, sending black liquid waterfalls down the wall's face. Torches followed. Fire roared to life, a curtain of flame. Men cheered, then coughed as the smoke blew back into their faces. For a moment, the front rank of dead dropped, burning. The others shifted, faces turning like slow, deliberate masks. Then one of them stepped forward, closer to the fire. It raised its sword. The flames bent. They did not go out. But they leaned, suddenly, as if a wind had blown the wrong way. They guttered, shrinking, the heat leaching from them. Men along the wall shivered as a frost crept up the stones. "Gods," Sam whispered. They can take the heat." "Not all of it," Jon said through chattering teeth. "Just some. Keep burning." He grabbed a torch himself, dug it into the pitch-slick ice, tracing a rough line. Others nearby did the same, shouting, desperate. They held. The first assault did not break them. It nearly did. Men died on the walkway, flesh turning black where an other's blade touched them. Some fell screaming from the heights, their voices cut off on the ice below. Jon fought until his arms shook and his lungs burned. He saw Sam loose arrow after arrow with tears streaming down his face. He saw knights from the south vomit over the parapet and then steady themselves, swing their swords at climbing hands. He saw one of the others watch him, head tilted, like a man studying a curious insect. Its eyes burned impossibly bright. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure eased. The dead below slowed. The others stepped back, one by one, into the dark edges of the forest. The temperature rose slightly. The flames regained their color. They were gone. Not defeated. Merely withdrawn. Mormont staggered along the line, clapping shoulders, cursing those who had faltered, praising those who had stood. This was a test, he rasped. A tap on the wall. They were feeling us. Next time they'll hit harder. Nah. Jon leaned on his bow, chest heaving. He saw in his mind's eye another line. Men in southern armor standing on a southern wall. Dragons wheeling above, cold and fire crashing together. He thought of his father in King's Landing, of letters and broadsheets and grain. "We'll be ready," he said aloud, though it felt like a lie. "We'd better be," Mormont said. Ravens flew south. One of them came to the Red Keep's rookery, feathers rimed with frost. Ned stood with Stannis and Varys as the maester unrolled the message, hands unsteady. He read, "They've seen them," Stannis said quietly, "and fought them, and lived." "For now," Ned said. The letter was brief. Mormont had no time for flowery phrases. "We held the first night. They are not stories. We need more. Whites hate fire. They fear dragonglass. The others do not fear. They feel nothing but cold. Send what you promised. And more." Jon Snow fought well. He did not die. Yet die. J. Mormont. Dragonglass, Stannis said. "Obsidian. There's some in Dragonstone, old caches. There'll be some in Volcanos," Varys murmured. "Ashai. Kohor Da. The lands of always winter. Money." "We get what we can," Ned said. "We send it north. We put every smith in the realm to work making arrowheads and spear points from black stone. And steel, if we can find a way to make it bite cold." Renly shivered. "I begin to understand why you spend so much time in the Godswood," he muttered. "This makes a king's quarrels seem small." "Good," Ned said. "Maybe it will keep you from starting one." Renly shot him a look, but didn't argue. Time, relentless, moved on. In Winterfell's Godswood, where red leaves whispered overhead, Bran Stark knelt by the heart tree with his hands pressed to the pale trunk. He was older now, taller, his face thinner. He had not fallen. He had not lost the use of his legs. He ran and sparred and mapped out battles in the yard. He also dreamed. He dreamed of wolves. At first they were small things, flashes of fur in the snow, the sense of paws under him that were not his. Then clearer. The smell of blood, the joy of the hunt, the feel of wind and fur, the warmth of a pack's press. He woke panting, fingers clawed around his blankets, heart hammering. He did not tell anyone at first. Old Nan would have called it a sign. Maester Luwin would have called it nonsense. Robb would have laughed and made a jest, then frowned when Bran did not laugh back. One night, the dream was different. He stood, not in Winterfell, not in any place he knew, but in a forest older than any he had seen. Great weirwoods rose around him, their trunks like ivory, their leaves a dark blood-red canopy. Snow fell in slow, thick flakes, yet he did not feel cold. A man sat before him at the base of the largest tree. Bran almost thought he was part of it at first. His skin was pale as the trunk behind him. His hair was white, thin as cobweb. Roots cradled his thin body like fingers. His eyes, when they opened, were red, Not like ghosts. Something deeper. As if the color came from light passing through centuries of sap. "Hello," Bran said, because he couldn't think of anything else. "Hello, Brandon Stark," the man said. His voice was soft and dry. It creaked, like old wood. "How do you know my name?" Bran asked. The man smiled, a small, cracked thing. "I've known your name since before you were born," he said. "You are not the first Brandon. You won't be the last." Bran frowned. "Where is this?" he asked. "Is it beyond the wall?" "In a way," the man said. "And also everywhere the roots of the trees have grown. You might call it the heartwood of the world." Bran looked around, heart pounding. The forest hummed faintly, as if full of whispers he could almost hear. "Why am I here?" he asked. "Because doors are opening," the man said. "Because choices are being made at a pace the world has not known for centuries. Because winter comes, and the children of men will need all the eyes they can get." "Nay." He tilted his head, studying Bran. "You were meant to fall," he said. "You were meant to lie broken and find your way here another way. That path changed." Bran swallowed. "Father stopped me," he said. "He shouted. I nearly fell anyway, but I didn't." "Yes," the man said. He shouted, "A small choice, a different branch, but the tree is the same tree." Bran frowned harder. "I don't understand." "You don't need to," the man said. "Not yet. What you need is to listen. When you dream, the wolves aren't just wolves. They're paths. You can see what they see. You can be where they are. That gift runs in your blood." "No, the Green's ears," Bran whispered. "Old Nan's tales came back. Men who'd put down roots and looked through leaves." "Yes," the man said. "We do not see all. We see some. Your father took one path in the crypts. He'll need help navigating the others that spring from it. So will the rest. You can help, if you learn." "I'm just a boy," Bran said. "Robb is the Lord. Father is the hand. Jon is at the wall. I just read and train and dream," the man said. "The wall will need swords. The realms will need kings and counselors. The trees will need eyes." He leaned forward slightly, bones creaking. "You can be those eyes. If you dare?" Bran's heart hammered. He thought of the wall, of cold blue light. He thought of his father's face when he'd come to the yard and seen Bran clinging to the wall. "I dare," he said, surprising himself. The man's smile deepened. "Good," he said. "Then come and see." The forest dissolved around them into a rush of color and cold. For a moment, Bran seemed to be falling. Then he was flying, not with wings, but with something older. He moved through stone and snow and flesh, seeing flashes. Jon on the wall, bow in hand. Arya in a narrow alley in King's Landing, wooden sword at her belt, eyes sharp. Sansa in a solar, stitching with clever, precise fingers, lips moving as she quietly corrected a song's words about the age of heroes. He saw his father at a table with a man in a crown that did not quite fit, maps spread, arguments flowing. He saw Daenerys Targaryen on a high balcony in some foreign city, dragons coiled around her shoulders like living flames. He saw Tywin Lannister sitting at a desk in a dim room, staring at 3 children who were not there. He saw a dark shape beyond the wall, moving like a storm, blue eyes lighting the woods. He gasped, the vision shattering. He was back in the Heartwood, snow in his hair, heart racing. "The world is full," the old man said. "You can't drink it all at once. Sip, learn, and when the time comes, guide." "How?" Bran whispered. "By seeing," the man said. "By sending warnings. By nudging. A raven here. A wolf's howl there. A face in a pool. Small things. But small things move larger ones. Your father has already learned that. He shouted once, and you did not fall. Now you will shout, and others may not. Ay, gun, biden, that's shy. Bran's fists clenched. Will John live? He blurted. Will father? Will Rob? The man's eyes were very sad. Some will, he said. Some won't. The tree is big, branches break. But the more we see, the more we can tell where the axe will fall. Bran's throat hurt. What do I do? He asked. For now, the man said. Wake. Remember. And listen the next time the wolf dreams. Nay. Bran woke with his heart pounding and the taste of sap on his tongue. Snow fell softly outside his window. Somewhere in the castle, a wolf howled. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and ran, barefoot, down the corridor, breath puffing, nightshirt flapping. He burst into Rob's chamber without knocking. Rob sat up, blinking, hand going for the knife by his bed. Bran? He grunted. What in the... The wall is under attack, Bran blurted. Jon's there. Father needs to know. We have to send more men. More ravens. More. Slow down, Rob said blankly. You had a bad dream. It wasn't just a dream, Bran said, and in his eyes was something older than his 11 years. I saw Jon. I saw Father. I saw blue eyes. We have to help. Rob stared at him, sleep and skepticism warring with the memory of stories their father had told, of letters that had come, of ravens from the wall. Fine, he said. We'll go to Mother and Maester Luwin. If it's just a dream, they can scold us. If it's not, Bran said quietly, they'll wish they'd listened sooner. They went. The next ravens from Winterfell to King's Landing carried Bran's insistence, written in Rob's neat, earnest hand, co-signed by Catelyn's more cautious script. Our son is changing, Catelyn wrote in a margin, hurried. He dreams of things he could not know. I think the old gods are stirring. Laugh, if you like. But when I see him by the heart tree, he looks at me as if he's listening to something I cannot hear. Ned did not laugh. He read that line 3 times, then rose, leaving the letter by the brazier. He went down to the small courtyard where the southern weirwood grew, pale and stunted compared to the god's wood of Winterfell. He laid his hand against its skin. I hear you, he said, feeling ridiculous and entirely serious. I hear you, and I hear him. We will send more. The wood did not warm under his hand, but he felt, faintly, the same presence he had felt in the crypts, and beneath it, like a new note in an old song, something smaller, fiercer, young. Bran, he whispered. The roots hummed. In the east, Daenerys Targaryen read a letter in a foreign tongue, translated for her by an old knight with tired eyes. The words spoke of kings and crowns, of a wall she had never seen, of dead things that walked. They did not mention her father. They did not beg her to stay away. They invited her to come not as a scourge, but as a shield. Stannis Baratheon, she said slowly. He calls himself king. He has as good a claim as any, Ser Jorah said. Better than most. He calls me princess, she said. Nah, usurper. Nah, pretender. He needs your dragons, Ser Jorah said. He needs my fire, she murmured. She went to the balcony then, dragons coiling around her. Drogon's weight on her shoulder was familiar now, his scales hot through the silk. The cold, she said to them to herself. They fear the cold. In her dreams she had seen a wall of ice. She had seen things that did not fear fire. She had seen, once, half waking, a boy with dark hair and a sword of light, standing on a wall as a dragon wheeled overhead. She had thought it fancy. No. Their letter could be a trick, Ser Jorah said behind her. A trap. Perhaps, she said, but the night will come, whether or not a king in the West writes to me. I was born in a storm. Fire and blood are mine. If the world freezes, what matters crown? She stroked Drogon's neck. The dragon hissed steam. Not yet, she whispered. Not yet, but soon. The world turned. Branches shifted. In King's Landing, Ned Stark moved through the days like a man balancing an armful of blades, talking of grain with merchants, of levies with lords, of dragonglass with smiths, of prophecy with skeptical men of numbers. He dreamed sometimes of the futures he had turned away from, of his own head on a spike, of Robb dying at a wedding, of Bran in a bed, of Sansa in a queen's gown with her eyes dead. Those paths receded, edges softening. New ones bloomed where once there had been only darkness. He did not know where they led. He only knew that each choice, each word, each mercy, each cruelty avoided or embraced, made the tree more tangled. On a sharp winter morning, as frost laced the windows of the Hand's solar and the city woke in grumbling misery, a raven from the wall came with a single stark message. We cannot hold alone. Send fire. J. Snow. Ned held that scrap of parchment a long time. He thought of crypts and weirwoods and a girl with dragons. He thought of a boy on a wall, and another in a godswood, and a man on a throne he'd never wanted. He went to Stannis. It's time, he said. Stannis looked up from the map he'd been brooding over, lines of defense drawn in charcoal and ink. For what? He asked. For all of it, Ned said. For calling banners not to fight each other but to march north. For sending ships not to blockade each other's ports, but to ferry men and fire. For inviting a dragon queen if she'll come. For telling the realm the truth, that their songs will be ashes if they don't put down their knives. No, Kandane. Stannis stared at him. You think they'll listen? He asked. Ned thought of every impossible choice he had made, different each time. He thought of every path where they had not listened, and burned or frozen for it. They might, he said. If we shout loud enough, if enough of us shout together, if the wall doesn't fall first. Stannis's jaw worked. Call the banners then, he said. All of them. North, south, east, west. We'll see how many still have ears. Na, anai, antai, afo. Ned nodded. And you? Stannis asked. You'll go north. As far as I must, Ned said. He had escaped one death, in one hall, at the swing of one sword. He had died 12 times in dreams. He had lived to make choices he could never have imagined. He knew now that he would not die in his bed. That had never been the kind of life he led. But if he died on the wall, or before it, with his sons and daughters and dragons and even lions at his side, holding back a night that might otherwise swallow them all. That would be enough. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling shutters, sending a flurry of ash-colored snow across the courtyards. In the godswood of Winterfell, a boy put his hand on a tree and listened. On the wall, a young man with a wolf at his side looked out at the line of blue coming toward him and did not look away. Far to the east, a woman with fire in her blood turned her face westward and felt, for the first time, that it was not just a throne calling her, but a cold she could not ignore. The world poised on the edge of another choice. Eddard Stark, who had made many impossible ones and would make more, drew a breath and began to shout. Ka. The raven's ink had barely dried when the first bell began to toll. Its note rolled through the red keep like a slow hammer, reverberating off stone and bone alike. In the Hand's solar, Ned felt it in his teeth. On the maps before him, black lines radiated out from the wall like cracks in glass. Outside, the sky over King's Landing was the color of old iron. A thin, bitter rain sifted down. Not quite snow, not quite sleet, turning the courtyard mud into cold paste. Stannis stood across from him, one hand braced on the carved edge of Westeros, fingers digging into the reach. Call them, Ned said. All of them. Not for oaths to you, for oaths to the living. Stannis stared at him a long moment, jaw working. I'll not pretend I like the taste, he said at last. "Calling men to war and not for my crown. But I've seen enough in your letters and in my own dreams that I won't waste time with vanity." He straightened, eyes hard. "We summon the lords to Winterfell." "Winterfell?" Ned blinked. "You said it yourself," Stannis said. "The North has always been the shield. The wall cannot hold without a backstop. If we call them here, south of the neck, half will make excuses. If we tell them to come north, to stand under Stark's walls and look the cold in the eye." He shrugged. "Those who balk at that are no use to us." Ned felt something like gratitude twist with unease. "Winterfell's godswood is old," he said quietly. "Old as any in the realm. If there's wisdom in roots, is there? Then let the roots watch the realm do more than argue over chairs," Stannis said. "We'll make it a great council, if that wording helps their pride. A moot of all who can come. We'll speak of the wall, of grain and men and fire, of dragons if we must." He looked at Ned, eyes narrowing. "You'll go ahead," he said. "With letters and what men you need. I'll follow with my household and such of the small council as I can trust not to stab each other along the way." "Renly?" Ned asked. Stannis's lip curled. "They'll come," he said. "For the spectacle if nothing else. He likes an audience. Perhaps it'll do him good to see snow that hasn't been trampled into wine at a feast." "Me? And Tywin?" Ned asked. "I'm not inviting him," Stannis said flatly. "He can come if he chooses. If he doesn't, we'll know exactly where he stands." Ned looked down at the map once more. Winterfell's small carved direwolf sat in its place among the gray and white. He imagined the courtyards filled with men whose ancestors had only ever seen snow in stories, banners snapping like mouths full of teeth, the heart tree watching with bloody eyes. He thought of the crypts beneath, where Lyanna's stone slept. He nodded. "I'll go within the week," he said, before the roads worsened further. He left the solar with the raven's words like a splinter under his skin. "We cannot hold alone. Send fire." He found Varys in the corridor outside, as if the eunuch had known where the conversation would end. "We ride north," Ned said. "We call them to Winterfell." Varys's brows lifted a fraction. "How very symbolic," he murmured. "The south climbing into the north's lap to hear ghost tales. If we do it right, they won't be ghost tales by the time they leave," Ned said. Varys inclined his head. "I'll see that the ravens fly in the right directions," he said, "and that the singers start composing appropriate ballads about brave lords facing the cold." "Singers?" Ned snorted. "We haven't even fought the battle." "All the more reason," Varys said. "Give them a story to grow into. Men are more likely to be heroes if they've been told they are." Ned left him to his schemes and went to his daughters. He found Arya in a shadowed corner of the yard, practicing lunges with a stick half her height. Her cloak was spattered with mud, hair coming loose from its tie. A boy from the kitchens ducked and parried with his own stick, laughing when she nearly took his ear off. "Again," Arya panted. "Do it again. You're dropping your shoulder." "Am I?" The boy grinned. "Yes, you are," Ned said. They both jumped. Arya turned, cheeks flushed, eyes bright. "Father," she said. "I wasn't really going to hit him. Not hard." "You might have," Ned said. "But that's what practice is for." The boy scrambled into a bow. "My lord, we were just—" "Go on," Ned said. "Your master's looking for you." The boy darted off, grateful for the reprieve. Arya scuffed her boot, stick dragging in the mud. "Are you going back north?" she blurted. "Everyone keeps whispering about it." "Yes," Ned said. "I want to come," she said instantly. "No," he said. Her mouth opened in outrage. "You always say no," she said. "You left us here when you went south. You sent Jon to the wall. Now you're going home and you'll leave us in this. Her hand flailed around at the walls. "This city," Ned supplied. This cage, she spat. He looked at her. In another life, he'd seen her face splattered with blood in some foreign hall, needle in her hand and death in her eyes. He'd seen her starve, hide, become a ghost. That path had veered when he'd not died on the sept stones, but danger still clung to her like burrs. "Your brother needs you," he said. "Robb will have men looking to him from every corner of the north and beyond. Bran dreams strange dreams. Rickon is still a child. Sansa sees more than she lets on. Winterfell will be full of strangers. They will need every Stark they can get." "I'm not a Stark," Arya muttered. "I'm a wolf." "Same thing," he said. She glared at him, then huffed, shoulders slumping. "What will you do?" she asked reluctantly. "Up there. Talk," Ned said. "Mostly. Convince lords that if they don't send men and grain north, they'll be feeding their grandchildren to blue-eyed corpses." Arya's nose wrinkled. "I'd rather hit them with sticks," she said. "You may get your chance," Ned said. "But for now, I need you to watch and listen. You're good at that, even when you pretend not to be. When the lords are at Winterfell, there will be silences and corners where things are said that shouldn't be. Bring them to me." No. Her eyes flickered. "You want me to spy?" "I want you to watch," he said. "Call it what you like. You'll be careful. You'll be small in their eyes. Use that." A slow, sharp grin crept across her face. "I can do that," she said. "Sansa can talk to them and I'll listen." "Exactly," he said. She straightened, almost buzzing. "You're sure I can't come with you?" she asked, because she had to. "I need you there," he said, because it was true. She scuffed at the mud, but she didn't argue again. Sansa he found in a high chamber, needle in hand, pale fingers deft as they slid the thread through cloth. The fire burned low. The light from the narrow window was thin and gray. She looked up as he entered, lips curving in a small, polite smile. "Father," she said. "You look tired." "So do you," he said. She flexed her fingers, the needle catching light. "I've been mending things," she said. "Old things from the king's stores. Cloaks with moth-eaten edges. Mittens that never fit anyone properly. The servants say they'll be glad of them when the next cold wind comes." "None." He studied her face. In another path she'd been a hostage here, a pawn in lion's claws. In this one, she'd seen less open cruelty, but more grinding work. She'd watched a king die. She'd watched a queen stripped and sent away. She'd sat in galleries while lords argued about grain she would never see. "You're good at it," he said. "The mending and the watching." Her smile wavered. "I listen," she admitted. "They talk as if I'm not there. About the king. About you. About the wall. About a girl with dragons across the sea." "Do they sound afraid?" Ned asked. "Some," Sansa said. "Some sound excited. Dragons make men feel young, I think. They forget dragons burn men as easily as they burn. Others." She swallowed the last word as if it were dangerous. "You don't," Ned said. She set her work aside, fingers restless on the cloth. "I dream of snow," she said quietly. "But not like Winterfell. This is taller, colder, with a sound under it, like something knocking on the underside of ice." He thought of Bran's letter, of the old man in the roots. "You have some of your brother in you," he said. "More than you think." She looked at him, then away. "You're going home," she said. "Without us." "For a time," he said. "You'll follow if things go as they ought. Winterfell will be crowded." "With lords," she said. "And banners, and their wives and daughters." "And their servants," he said, "who will hear things at doors. You'll have work." "I always do," she said with a wryness that surprised him. He stepped closer, resting a hand lightly on her shoulder. "Sansa," he said, "if it comes to it, if the roads close and the sea freezes and the lords bicker instead of marching, there may come a day when you need to decide who to marry for reasons other than stories. I would rather be there, But if I'm not, remember this. Choose the one who looks north when you mention winter, not the one who laughs." Her throat bobbed. I thought you'd say choose for love," she said in a small voice. "I would if the world were kinder," he said. "But it's not. Choose the one whose men will stand when the dark comes. You can be fond of him after." Me. Tears pricked her eyes. He could see her fighting them. "I'll remember," she whispered. He squeezed her shoulder once, then released her. Too much tenderness and she'd weep, and he knew she hated that. He left her to her mending and went to prepare to ride. They departed King's Landing under a sky that threatened snow but delivered only a needle-fine rain. The city watched them go with a mixture of relief and unease. Some muttered that the North could keep its ghosts. Others whispered that if the hand was leaving, the dead must truly be walking. Ned rode at the head of a column of 100 men, his own guard hardened by months in the south. A handful of Stormlord Stannis had insisted on sending, banners snapping. A few knights from the Reach who had been shamed or inspired into volunteering. Behind them came wagons laden with grain, iron, and barrels of pitch. "Not exactly the golden procession that brought you south," Jory observed, riding at Ned's side. "I don't want golden," Ned said. "I want stubborn." They threaded through the city's gates and out onto the King's Road, hooves striking wet stone. The Red Keep's red walls receded behind them, swallowed by the haze. Ned did not look back. The ride north felt both shorter and longer than it had the last time. The road was worse, rutted and icy in places, bogged in others. Villages huddled in on themselves, smoke leaking from chimneys like thin breath. Faces turned toward them as they passed, tired, wary, curious. At every lord's seat they stopped at, Ned left letters and words. At Harrenhal's blackened towers, he spoke to a Frey cousin who held it for now, his banners as damp as his welcome. "You want men," the man said, picking at his teeth. "We've given to the king already." "You'll give again," Ned said. "Dragonstone sent men. Storm's End sent men. If Harrenhal does not, men will talk." The Frey's eyes narrowed. "Are you threatening us, Lord Stark?" "I'm reminding you that freezing to death on your own high seat, while others fight, isn't as dignified as it sounds," Ned said. He left with a vague promise, and not much hope. Freys were Freys. At the twins, a raven flew with copies of the royal summons, without Ned bothering to stop. The thought of parleying with Walder Frey again made his teeth ache. Catelyn's letters, which he read beside the fire at night, told him the Riverlords were restless, but not openly disobedient. Edmure wanted glory. Poster was ill and fading. Lysa Arryn still refused to come down from the Eyrie. The Val's knights like sword points angled away from the fight. "They think the mountains will keep them safe," Catelyn wrote. "As if snow won't fall there too." North of the neck, the air sharpened. Ned felt his shoulders ease as the trees grew taller and the sky wider. The boggy earth of the marshlands squelched under their horses' hooves as they crossed the causeway, the mists of the neck coiling around them like old ghosts. Crannogmen watched from the reeds, eyes bright in painted faces. One paddled close enough that Ned could see the frog spear in his hand. "How many dead men?" the man called. "How high is the wall wearing now?" "Too many," Ned said, and lower than it was. The Crannogman grinned, surprisingly. "Good," he said. "About time the South remembered that the world has teeth." He paddled away before Ned could reply. The closer they drew to Winterfell, the more the world tightened and expanded in him at once. Memories rose thick as falling snow. His hand on his father's chair as a boy. Benjen's laughter. Lyanna's voice echoing off the walls. Joan's first squalling cry. When the towers finally rose out of the white horizon, his throat closed. Winterfell's walls were rimed with ice now, banners stiff with frost. Smoke rose in plumes from the chimneys. The gates stood open, flanked by Stark men in cloaks gray and black. Robb waited in the yard, flanked by Catelyn and the boys. Sansa and Arya stood behind, cloaks drawn tight, cheeks pink from the cold. Ned dismounted slowly, the stiffness in his knees making itself known. When his boots hit Winterfell's packed snow, something in him unclenched that had been tight since he'd ridden south. "Father," Robb said. His voice was deeper now, but the words still had boyish warmth. Ned stepped forward, hands rising of their own accord to take his son's shoulders. "You've grown," he said. "You've shrunk," Robb countered, though his eyes were shining. "In the south." "Too much sun," Ned said. Catelyn came then, and he held her for a long moment, breathing in the familiar scent of wool and herbs and her. The lines around her eyes had deepened. There were a few white strands in her hair he didn't remember. "You took your time," she murmured against his shoulder. "The world argued with me," he said. "It usually does." The younger ones crowded forward. Bran ran, full of energy, cloak flapping. Rickon barreled along behind, ghost of some half-grown direwolf at his heels, all paws and teeth and enthusiasm. "Did you see them?" Rickon demanded before Ned could say a word. "The dead men? Did they smell bad? Did they have their eyes?" "No, yes, and yes," Ned said. "In that order, and we're going to see more, unless we're careful." Bran's eyes searched his. There was something in them now, an oldness that unsettled Ned even as it reassured him. "You came," Bran said. "Good." "I said I would," Ned said. "You see more than you say," he added more quietly. Bran's mouth tilted in an odd little half-smile. "Sometimes," he said. Inside, the halls were warmer than the courtyard, but the air had a different chill from King's Landing. This was the cold of stone that had seen 100 winters. The high seat in the great hall sat where it always had. Ned looked at it and saw himself as a boy, feet barely dangling off the edge, trying to sit straight. He saw his father. He saw Robb, tall and unsure. He took it now not as lord, but as hand, with Robb at his right. "The summons have gone out," Catelyn said, fingers wrapped around a mug. "Ravens flew as soon as word came that you were on the road. They'll come. Some because they must. Some because they're curious. Some because they think they can gain something from an empty south. No, and then we'll give them something else," Ned said. "Fear, if nothing else." Arya snorted softly at the far end of the bench. "You always say that like it's a good thing." "Fear keeps men's feet moving when sense would tell them to freeze," Ned said. "I'd rather them frightened toward the wall than indifferent to it." Sansa glanced toward the door. "Who comes first?" she asked. "The Manderless, likely," Catelyn said. "They've always been closest and their lord loves a gathering. After them, the Boltons, the Umbers, the Karstarks. Then whoever from south of the Neck thinks they can make it before the passes close." "And the king?" Robb asked. "In a month," Ned said. "If the roads are kind, he'll bring a smaller train this time, but enough to show the realm he means this, not just another council." Robb drew a breath, shoulders squaring. "Winterfell hasn't seen this many banners since the last time the Targaryens marched north," he said. "And then, they came to make sure you bent the knee," Catelyn said. "Now they come to see if there will be anyone left to bend." The next weeks were a slow invasion. They came up the King's Road in a steady trickle. First Manderly men with their fat lord in brocade trimmed with ermine, cheeks ruddy from the cold but spirits high. Then the Umbers, roaring and red-faced, already half-drunk on their own ale. The Karstarks, long and lean and cold-eyed. The Glovers, the Hornwoods, the Dustin men from Barrowton. Lords of little holdings came too, their cloaks patched, their swords well used. From south of the Neck came Tully banners, Riverrun's trout flying beside Winterfell's direwolf. Edmure rode at their head, eager, while Hoster came in a heavy-wheeled carriage, wrapped in furs, eyes foggy with pain and memory. From the Vale came only a small party, Bronze Jan Royce with his runic armor and a handful of men, Lysa sending apologies from the Eyrie above the clouds. "The mountains will keep her safe," she'd written. "I pray the same for you." From the west, A Lannister banner, but not Tywin. Kevin Lannister rode into the yard with the measured air of a man who had spent his life moderating his brother's storms. Lines fan-webbed from his eyes. His eldest son came with him, cautious and quiet. They knelt in the hall with the others, murmuring words of respect that stuck in some throats more than others. "We come to hear the king," Kevin said, "and to see for ourselves if the tales of the cold are more than northern fancy." No Tyrell came in person, but a delegation arrived in their stead. A sober Hightower man with a parchment bearing Mace Tyrell's flowery words, promising grain in a few nights. "Highgarden cannot spare the Lord himself," the letter said. "The roses must bloom even in winter, else what joy is left in the realm?" "Joy won't keep your gates warm," Ned muttered. "The Iron Island sent no ravens at all." "Balon Greyjoy still sulks on his rocks," Robb said. "Better for us if he stays there." "Better if he remembers the sea freezes like everything else," Ned said. "But we'll not waste breath trying to drag him to sense." They spread the visiting lords through Winterfell's halls and outbuildings. Fires banked high. Tents sprouted in the yard like mushrooms after rain, their colors bright against the snow. The air was full of the smell of smoke and horses, the sound of men shouting and dogs barking and ravens calling. Bran moved among them like a ghost, small enough to slip unnoticed, sharp enough to listen. He found that men spoke differently here than in King's Landing. They cursed more readily. They scoffed less when talk turned to snow. But when someone mentioned blue eyes and walking corpses, a silence would fall like a dropped curtain. "Do you think it's true?" he heard one Umber man ask another by the well. "Old stories," the other said. "But the Wall doesn't send for us over stories." "The Wall didn't send for us at all," the first pointed out. "The king did. And the Stark." "Starks don't panic," the second said. "Not over nothing." Bran took that back to his father. "They're afraid," Ned said when Bran finished. "But they're listening." He sat that evening beneath the heart tree with Bran and Robb and Arya beside him, Sansa standing a little behind. Catelyn watched from the edge of the clearing, arms wrapped around herself. The red leaves fluttered in a wind that did not touch their faces. "I saw things again," Bran said quietly. Ned looked at him. "Tell me." Bran hesitated, fingers pressed to the roots. "I saw Jon on the wall," he said. "He was standing, not on the edge, but in something bright, like light in the shape of a sword. Ghost was beside him. There were shadows, tall, with crowns of ice. May. Debye." Ned's hand tightened on his own sword hilt. "The others," he said. Bran nodded. "I saw a woman too," he said. "Across the sea, with dragons. She was standing by a fire, reading a letter. There were ships behind her. Big ones, painted with black hulls and red sails." "Red sails?" Ned echoed. Bran nodded. "Like blood on water." "Stannis' colors," Robb murmured. "She's coming then." "Or thinking of it," Ned said. He thought of the letter they'd sent, of how far ravens had to fly, of ships and storms. "I saw someone else," Bran said. "A man with a red sword, or maybe it was on fire. I couldn't tell. His face was wrong, like the flames kept changing it. But he was standing on a hill, and there were shadows all around him, not like the others, like things men make when they do bad things with magic." "Comforting," Arya muttered. "It's all comforting," Sansa said softly, surprising them. "At least he saw people, not just cold." Catelyn shifted, her eyes on Bran. "And you?" she asked. "Did you see yourself?" Bran hesitated. "A little," he admitted. "But not clearly. More like roots," he said, looking down. "Spreading." Ned reached out and touched the back of his neck. "Then spread where you must," he said. "And tell us where the ground is weakest." He rose, his knees protesting. "Tomorrow," he said, "we speak to them all, not as Hand alone, as a Stark. as a man who has felt the steel swing at his neck. Robb swallowed. "You're sure you don't want me to speak?" he asked. "They're my bannermen more than yours now." "They're both of ours," Ned said. "You'll speak too. But let them hear it from the man they still think of as the boy who went south and almost didn't come back. It will make the story sharper." Nay. The next day, they packed the great hall. Banners ring the walls, bright and numerous. Direwolves and trout, flayed men and krakens, stags crowned and rampant lions, tridents and mountains and suns and spears. The air was thick with breath, with the smell of wool and damp leather and smoke. Stannis had arrived 2 days before, his smaller train plowing through drifts. He now stood beside Ned at the dais, his crown plain and heavy on his brow, his face set in lines that looked carved rather than grown. Robb stood on Ned's other side with Catelyn just behind. Bran and Arya and Sansa were further back, near the hearth, where Bran could feel the roots and the room at once. When the hall quieted, Ned stepped forward. He did not shout. His voice did not need to. The hall leaned toward him, the murmurs dying. "You all know why you're here," he said. "You've heard the stories, the letters, the arguments. You've ridden through a winter that came sooner and sharper than any old man remembers. You've seen your harvests fail in fields where the seed should have slept, not died." "No." A rumble ran through the room. Heads nodded. Faces tightened. "The wall writes of dead men," Ned went on. "Of white shadows. Of swords that freeze steel. Some of you think it's old women's tales. Some of you believe, but hope someone else will deal with it. Me, Kemchire." He let his gaze sweep across them. Manderley's fleshy solemnity, Umber's fierce scowl, Karstark's long severity, Kevin Lannister's measured watchfulness, Hightower's cool reserve. "I have seen," Ned said quietly, "in ways I won't pretend you'll all accept. Call them dreams, visions, madness if you like. But they have matched the letters from the wall. They have matched the storms that have come. They have matched the ravens from Jor Mormont and from my own son, who stands there now with a sword in his hand and a wolf at his heel. No." He let the words sink. "I have seen paths where we do nothing," he said. "Where we argue, where we hide in our keeps and pray the cold doesn't reach us. In those futures, the wall falls, Winterfell burns blue, King's Landing freezes, the trident runs sluggish with ice, men die with their swords and their hordes never drawn." He paused. "I have seen paths where we stand together," he said. "Where north and south, east and west, put aside grudges and send men and fire north. In those futures, we still die. Many of us, some of your sons and brothers and fathers and wives will fall in the snow. I won't lie about that. But I have seen summers after." Murmurs now, higher, more strained. "This is not a war for land," Ned said. "If we lose, there will be no land to argue over. This is not a war for crowns. If we lose, crowns will sit on piles of bone. This is a war for the right to have quarrels in the future. For the right to worry about who marries whom and who gets which river for their fish." "No." A few men barked short, disbelieving laughs. It cut the tension just enough. Stannis stepped forward then, the crown glinting. "I am not a man who speaks of dreams," he said, "or trees, or fate. I speak of law, of duty. The wall was built to guard us all. We have let it empty itself. We have sent criminals where we should have sent sons. We have taken for granted that the cold and the stones would hold without our help." He looked out over them, eyes hard. "I am telling you now," he said, "they will not. The Lord Commander has sent ravens. They have seen the dead walk. They have fought them. They held barely. We will send more men, more grain, more steel. But that will not be enough if this room does not make itself a shield. Nay." He lifted his hand, fingers splayed. "I call upon you," he said, By Robert's will, by ancient oaths, by the blood that ties us to this land. Send your men north, not grudgingly, not in dribs and drabs. Send your best, your second sons and first, your knights and your free riders. Send smiths who can work strange stone. Send fire. He let his hand drop. I will go, he said, and a stir went through the hall at that. I will not be the king who sits in a warm hall while others freeze for him. I will stand at the wall. I will bleed there. You can bleed with me. Or you can stay home and pray the dead don't remember the names on your gates. Silence. Then, from the left, a chair scraped. Great John Umber surged to his feet, hair like a wild red storm. Bloody right, he roared. I didn't ride through this goddamn cold to sit and listen to Southerners piss themselves over stories. The Umbers will go. We'll send every man who can hold steel. We'll stand on that wall and we'll piss on these blue-eyed bastards you speak of. Nay. Laughter, rough and harsh, rippled through the Northerners. If the Grey John goes, the Manderleys go too, Wyman Manderley said, heaving himself up with an effort. We have ships, we have grain. White Harbor will send both. The wall has fed us stories for years. Time we fed it back. Lord Karstark rose more slowly, his long face severe. The Karstarks were born of Stark blood, he said. We won't shame our line by hiding behind our walls. My men will ride. Nay. Nay. I never thought I'd agree with a Bolton, Roose Bolton said in his mild voice, rising next. But here we are. I will send men as well. I'm curious to see if their blood freezes differently. A chill passed through the hall that had nothing to do with the weather. Ned met Bolton's pale eyes. There was hunger there, but not for the living. We'll need more than northern steel, Kevin Lannister said, rising. The Westerlands have their share of proud men and fools. My brother has chosen to sit this out for now. I will not. Casterly Rock will send a company. And some gold. You'll need coin for all this grain you're flinging into the snow. No. A Lannister paying his debts, Renly murmured to Ned, who hadn't seen him rise, but now found him standing, caped like a green shadow. Mark the day. The Hightower man stood, face like carved stone. The Reach feeds the realm, he said. If the realm dies, so does the Reach. Old Town will send maesters and men. Highgarden will send grain. And if I may be so bold, I would advise that the Citadel be encouraged to look again at its lore on cold. There are older books than even Pycelle's beard. We'll encourage them, Stannis said. Strongly. So it went, ripple after ripple. Some lords pledged eagerly, some with reluctance. A few hung back, their silence telling. Somewhere in the hall, Bran felt the roots tremble. They were saying yes. Enough of them. Not all, but enough to make a difference, if they meant it. The council that followed was chaos harnessed. They sprawled maps across tables in the Great Hall, in the Solar, in makeshift chambers. They argued over routes. Who would march by land? Who would take ship to Eastwatch? Who would go to White Harbor and up the Blue Fork? They bickered over provisioning. How much grain each house would send. How much debt the crown would incur. Let Baelish worry about that when we've lived through it, Stannis snarled at one point. Or his successor, if I hang him first. They discussed obsidian. Dragonstone sits on it, Davos said, calloused finger tracing the island on the map. Old caches in the caves. We've always known it was valuable, but not why. The old maesters muttered about dragonglass being dragon's bane. Now we hear it's good for these others. It shatters easily, a northern smith said. But it cuts. We can make arrowheads, knives, short blades, not greatswords. Daggers in the right hearts may do more good than greatswords dropped from frozen hands, Ned said. Not for me they won't, Greatjon snorted. I'll bring my own steel, thanks. Let the archers play with black rocks. Bring both, Ned said. Steel for the whites, glass for the others. Ravens flew ahead of them to Castle Black, laden with news and promises. At night, Ned slept fitfully, dreams full of branches and snow. In one, he saw himself on the wall, wind tearing at his cloak, ice under his boots. In another, he saw himself beneath Winterfell, in the crypts, stone pressing on his chest. In another, he saw Lyanna's stone face crack and something bright pour out. He woke with his heart pounding, Skagos wolves howling far off. In the east, Daenerys Targaryen watched her dragons fly. They circled above the bay, great wings beating against a sky that was not yet storm dark, but seemed to be moving that way. Their shadows rippled across the water. Men on docks looked up, shading their eyes. She'd taken Meereen in this branch of the world, but held it more lightly. Her heart was never entirely there. Letters from Westeros had seen to that. The last raven had brought more than Stannis' letter now. It had brought others, from Mormont, terse and desperate, from someone who called himself Jon Snow, written in a hand that reminded her faintly of another she had never seen. "We have held twice," he wrote. "We will not hold a third time alone. The dead do not tire. Fire slows them. We hear dragons fly across the sea in my Lord Commander's dreams. If they're real, if you are real, if you come, bring them north." She stood on the balcony with Drogon's weight warm against her arm, Rhaegal and Viserion shrieking above. "They're a dead walk," she said. Ser Jorah shifted his weight. His beard was more gray than when she'd first met him. "So they say," he said. "And your dragons fly. That's something." "I've freed men," she said. "Broken chains. Made enemies and friends, sometimes. But if the world freezes, what will it matter if Slaver's Bay is called Bay of Dragons or Bay of Peace?" Jorah hesitated. "You still have a claim there," he said. "In Westeros, on the throne." "Do I?" she said quietly. "Robert sat it by right of conquest. Stannis sits it now by law of his brother's will. I am the daughter of a madman who burned people alive. If I go as conqueror, I'm just another storm." "Then go as savior," Missandei said softly. Dany looked at her. "You have dragons," Missandei said simply. "You have fire they need. If you go to the wall, if you stand there, they will call you what they like. Queen, witch, savior, It will not matter as long as they live to call you anything at all." "No. "You think they'll accept me?" Dany asked. "After what my father did." "They will accept your fire," Jorah said. "Men accept coin from the hands of those they hate when they're hungry enough. And they're becoming very hungry for warmth." She laughed once, the sound brittle and shocked at her own amusement. "Then we go," she said. "Not to sit a bloody chair. Not yet. Not unless someone begs me to. We go to the wall. We go to the cold. We see if dragons can burn something older than my house's sins." "No, She called her captains. She ordered ships ready. She sent ravens. To Stannis she wrote, "I come, not as usurper, but with fire. Do not try to chain me." To Jon Snow she wrote, "I have never seen snow. I will. Hold as long as you can." The voyage was long, but the dragons did not mind. They took to the sky and ranged ahead, free and wild. At night, Dany sometimes dreamed she saw a wall of ice, and a boy with dark hair standing on it, a white wolf at his side, looking south with eyes like embers. She woke with her heart pounding and a feeling like a hand on her shoulder that wasn't there. In the heartwood beyond the wall, the old man in the roots opened his eyes. "She comes," he told Bran, who sat cross-legged in the dream beside him. "The fire." "And Jon?" Bran asked. "Holds," the old man said. "Barely." "We need more ravens," Bran said. "More dreams." "You'll tear yourself thin," the old man said. Bran pressed his lips together. "So will Jon if he has to fight alone," he said. "So will Father if he has to shout by himself in halls that don't want to hear." So will the king if he has to drag lords north by their hair. Maybe we're all meant to be thin. Nah. And the old man's laugh was a rusty creak. You speak like someone twice your age, he said. I feel like someone 3 times it, Bran muttered. Good, the old man said. You'll need the practice. They flew. Through Raven's eyes, Bran saw the columns of men moving north, lines of spears wending their way through white-blanketed forests, banners snapping in the wind. He saw Manderley ships plowing through gray waves, hulls heavy with grain and men. He saw dragonstones as black cliffs, looming over water, foaming with obsidian shards. He saw, from the wall, the line of darkness gathering in the trees. Jon stood on the parapet again, Ghost beside him, the wolf's eyes narrowed against the cold. They'd had no rest. Not really. Since the last assault, men slept in snatches. Fires burned constantly along the wall, eating into whatever wood they could spare and whatever pitch they received from the south. The first of the southern volunteers had proved their worth, some dying with more courage than their mocking words had suggested, others breaking and being pulled back into line or cut down if they got in the way. Jon had taken no joy in cutting anyone down, but he'd done it when he had to. Now, the air tasted wrong again. Sam shivered beside him, wrapped in 3 cloaks and still cold. They're coming, Sam whispered. Again. Yes, Jon said. He could hear a faint sound beneath the wind, a crackling, dry and terrible, like the world's own bones rubbing together. Ghost whined low and soft. Jorah Mormont's voice came from down the line, calm and brutal. Positions, he called. Arrows ready. Remember what we've learned. Aim for the eyes. Keep your flame away from the oil until I say. If you run along the wall, not down, or I swear I'll throw you myself. Jon drew a breath. His chest hurt. His hand closed on Longclaw's hilt, the familiar weight of Valyrian steel a small reassurance. He thought of his father standing now in some hall far to the south, of Bran with his strange eyes, of Arya scowling and swinging her stick, of Sansa's careful hands. He thought of a girl with dragons he'd never met, somewhere on the sea. Ready, he whispered to himself. The others came out of the dark like an idea. They did not run. They did not shout. They glided, pale shapes in the trees, their armor faintly luminescent, their swords gleaming with that wrong cold light. Around them the dead moved in jerks and shudders, a tide of rotting flesh. The men on the wall held their breath. Below in the yard, the last of the ravens took wing. Where? The maester gasped, as Sam thrust the bundle of messages into his hands. Everywhere, Sam said. South, east, right, west, i.e. wherever there are men left who can still stand. Tell them to hurry. Mani. The maester nodded, fingers trembling, and flung the birds into the air. Their wings beat frantically as they took to the sky, escaping the first shrieks from beyond the wall as the dead hit flame again. In Winterfell's yard, a raven plummeted out of the gray sky and crashed into the snow in a flurry of black and white. Bran was there before the stable boys could reach it, the bird's broken leg flopping, its beak opening and closing soundlessly. Its eyes met his. For a heartbeat he saw through them. The wall, the dead, the white sword of cold cutting through fire. He staggered. Bran? Arya grabbed his arm. What is it? There, he gasped. Now, all of them. The others, the whites, Jon, the old bear, everyone. He looked up at the towers, at the banners. We have to move. We're already moving, Robb said, coming up behind them, armor clinking. The first columns leave for the wall at dawn. We can't drag the whole north out of its beds in an hour. We might not have dawn, Bran blurted. Not for them. We. Enough. Ned's voice cut through, calm and iron. He strode into the yard, cloak trailing, Stannis beside him, his own breath a sharp cloud. We knew this was coming. We move now. The men aren't ready, Catelyn started. They're more ready than the dead care about, Ned said. We send the fastest first. Riders, knights, whoever can be in the saddle within the hour. Ravens to White Harbor to Eastwatch. Tell them, the attack is now, not tomorrow. We go to meet it, not wait for it to come to us. Stannis's mouth twisted. The king riding out in the dark, he said. Maesters will write of this as madness or heroism, or both. Ned almost smiled. Maesters can quill themselves to death, he said. We'll be too busy to care. He turned. Arya, he said. Find Sansa. Tell her to see to the women and children, the black cells, the food stores. If we fall, Winterfell may still stand a while. If she keeps it fed and calm, we'll have somewhere to fall back to. Arya stared. You want Sansa to... She's good with people, Ned said. They trust her. They'll come to her when they're afraid. She mustn't tell them everything. Just enough to keep them moving in the right direction. Nutty. Arya swallowed and ran. Bran looked at his father. You'll go, he said. Yes, Ned said. I saw you, Bran whispered. On the wall. With Jon. With someone else. A woman. With fire. Good, Ned said. Then I won't be surprised when I get there. He clapped a hand once on Bran's shoulder, then turned to shout orders, his voice cutting through the yard. Jory! Get the men saddled. We ride in half an hour. Greyjohn, you said you wanted to piss on a blue-eyed bastard? Here's your chance. Kevin, take your men and guard the baggage. We don't march without food. Wyman, send word to White Harbor. Every ship that can float goes to Eastwatch and Hardhome. If there are wildlings still breathing, they'll need saving. They may not like it. Save them anyway. Is guy. The yard erupted into motion. Horses were saddled, snorting and stamping. Men strapped on armor with fumbling fingers. Fires were banked hastily. Women ran to and fro with bundles of cloaks and bundles of bread. Children peered from doorways, eyes huge. Sansa stood in the center of the hall, hand clenched around the edge of a table, listening to Catelyn. You'll move them to the inner ward, Catelyn said, voice low but firm. If the outer gates fall, the keep can still hold. Make sure the wells are guarded. Ration the food. Don't let the panic spread. Sansa's face was white, but she nodded. I understand, she said. I'll speak to them. I'll tell them the lords are riding to keep the dead from the gate. Don't say dead, Catelyn said quickly. Say enemies. Say the old stories are waking. The truth, but not all of it. Nah. Sansa swallowed. I'll do it, she said. I'll keep them busy. I'll need the singers and the cook. If people have something warm in their hands, they listen better. You're my daughter, Catelyn said. Of course you think of food. Sansa almost laughed. Arya burst in, hair wild. Father says the first riders are leaving, she said. He told me to tell you he'll be back, but he's a liar, so don't believe him. Sansa flinched. He might, she said softly. Arya's jaw clenched. Then we'll make sure there's something to come back to, she said. They gripped each other's hands for a heartbeat. Hard, then let go. In the yard, Ned mounted his horse, the old familiar weight of mail and leather on his shoulders. The air was sharp, clean. Snowflakes swirled, light and drifting. Not yet the thick curtain they could become. Father, Robb said, already in the saddle, gray wind pacing at his horse's flank. We ride together. Yes, Ned said. It felt right, in a grim, terrible way. They had been torn apart in so many paths. Here, at least they would go to the wall side by side. Stannis swung up onto his own mount with less grace but more stubbornness. If I die on a northern ice wall, he muttered, I'll haunt you. If you die anywhere, you'll haunt everyone. Renly's voice came from behind as he rode up, green cloak snapping. Might as well make it something worth songs. Songs, Stannis snorted. Ned raised his hand. Ride, he called. The first column thundered out of Winterfell's gate into the white. They did not sing. The snow grew thicker as they went. By the time they reached the gift, visibility had shrunk to a few horse lengths. They rode hunched, cloaks rimed with frost, beards stiff, eyes stinging. Ravens swept overhead in dark flurries, flying faster than any horse. Bran's consciousness rode with some of them, darting from bird to bird, skimming across the white world toward the wall. Through their eyes he saw the battle unfold. Flame and ice clashed below him. The dead surged against the wall like a tide, scrabbling up, burning, falling, climbing again. The others moved behind them, blades cutting, ice creeping. Men on the wall fought and fell, arrows hissing, torches flaring, screams ripped away by the wind. He found Jon among them, a bright pin of motion, long claws swinging, ghost leaping at a corpse's throat, the boy's face pale and set. He saw Sam, shaking but still loosing arrows, lips moving in silent prayers. He saw Mormont, bellowing orders, cloak torn, beard rimed. He flew further. East, the sea smoked, half frozen. West, the land rolled away in whiteness. North was a shadow he could not pierce, a darkness that felt like thought. He recoiled, breath tearing in his throat, back in his own body. "What?" Arya asked, crouched beside him on the high walkway of Winterfell's inner wall. "They're still there," Bran gasped. "They're still holding, but it's taller now. The dark. Like..." He groped for words. Like something leaning in. Arya's hand squeezed his. "They'll hold," she said. "Jon will." "He's only one man," Bran whispered. "He's Jon," she said. "He counts for more." On the wall, Jon found a rhythm that had nothing to do with songs and everything to do with survival. Step, swing, parry, thrust, duck, shove, burn, breathe. The cold tried to get inside his bones. He kept it out with motion. Another loomed before him suddenly, taller than any man he'd ever seen, armor like frozen glass, eyes twin stars of malice. Its sword came down in a blinding arc. Longclaw met it. The sound was like the world cracking. For a heartbeat, ice and Valyrian steel clung, hissing. Frost crawled along Longclaw's blade. Jon's hand went numb. He snarled, teeth bared, and shoved. The blades slid past each other. The other's head tilted a fraction. It moved with inhuman grace, the next blow whipping in from the side. Jon barely blocked it. The impact sent a shock up his arm. Ghost leaped, jaws snapping at the creature's leg. His teeth scraped on something that wasn't quite skin, wasn't quite armor. The other hissed, a sound like a glacier cracking. Jon swung again, aiming for the neck. The blade bit. For a moment, Longclaw seemed to sink into ice. Then the other shrieked, a sound that made every hair on Jon's body stand on end, and shattered, fragments flying, dissolving in a gush of cold. The dead nearest it jerked, as if strings had been cut. Some fell. Others staggered, confused for the first time. Jon gasped, Longclaw heavy in his hand. "Valyrian steel," someone shouted. "It works." "Good," Mormont roared. "Find more, and keep swinging." The wall held. Barely. When the first light of a pale dawn seeped over the horizon, the dead pulled back. Not all. Some lay in pieces below and above, burning or frozen. But enough of them retreated, melting into the trees, that the pressure eased. Men collapsed where they stood. Some sobbed. Some laughed shakily. Some stared out at the forest with hollow eyes. Jon leaned on his sword, chest heaving. Every muscle in his body trembled. Ghost pressed against his leg, warm for the first time. His fur was matted with blood and ash. Ravens wheeled overhead, cawing in harsh triumph. Mormont moved along the line, counting the living with his eyes. "Twice," he rasped. "We've done this twice. There won't be a third if the southern bastards don't hurry. They're coming, Jon heard himself say. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. Maybe it was the ravens. Maybe it was Bran. Maybe it was desperation. Mormont grunted. They'd better, he said. They did. Days later, when the wounds had barely scabbed and the dead had barely burned down to bone, the first southern banners appeared on the horizon beyond the wall. They did not come into view like a staged pageant. They emerged, ragged and stubborn from blowing snow, a direwolf snapping in the wind, a stag crowned, a trout leaping, a sun and spear, a rose, a lion. At their head rode a man with gray in his beard and a sword at his hip, and beside him a younger man with his mother's coloring and his father's jaw. "Open the gate," Mormont growled as if he could not quite believe his eyes. The gate groaned aside. Ned Stark rode through the wall into the yard of Castle Black, snow crusting his cloak, his face drawn and tired. Robb rode beside him, eyes wide, shoulders squared despite the exhaustion in them. Jon stood there, Ghost at his side, helmet in his hand, hair sweat plastered to his forehead. For a moment, no one moved. Then Ned swung down from his horse. He stood for a heartbeat, boots sinking into the churned snow of the yard where so many had just died. He looked at Jon. He saw the lines that had carved themselves into his son's face in months, the scars on his hands, the new set to his shoulders. He saw Ghost, bigger now, still white as snow, eyes like coals. "Father," Jon said, voice hoarse. Ned crossed the yard in a few strides and pulled him into a rough embrace. Jon stiffened, then clung, arms crushing around him. Ned's grip was fierce, as if he could hold back death itself by sheer stubbornness. "You grew too fast," Ned muttered. "So did you," Jon said, the words muffled in his father's cloak. They parted, both blinking. "You cut one," Ned said, glancing at Jon's sword. "So did it," Jon said, flexing fingers still numb with cold. "Good," Ned said. "We'll need more of that." Behind him, Stannis dismounted, wincing as his knees protested. He looked up at the wall with a face that might have been awe, if Stannis were capable of such thing. "7 hells," he said. "It's taller than I remember." "It's shorter than it was," Mormont said, coming forward, cloak stiff with frost. "You took your time." Stannis snorted. "You're still alive to complain," he said. "You're welcome. Are your men as cheerful as you are?" Mormont asked dryly. "No," Stannis said. "Some of them are almost insufferable." Renly flashed a grin, brushing snow from his green cloak. "Wait till you see how we brought roses to the snow," he said. He stepped aside as another figure came forward. A man in black, slight, with a bald head and sharp eyes, who bowed to Ned and Stannis alike. "Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, I presume," he said. "And Lord Stark, your letters reached us at Dragonstone. This is impressive." Mormont eyed him. "And you are?" he asked. "Maester Aemon's idiot cousin," the man said. "But some call me Septon Maribald. Some call me just Maribald. I've come with men from the Reach and maesters from Old Town to see if we can figure out how to keep the cold from eating your fires entirely." "We have some obsidian for you to play with," Ned said. "And a lot of dead things." "Gods preserve us," Maribald muttered. "Or at least give us good ink." They set up what passed for a council in the Lord Commander's chambers and in hastily erected tents in the yard. They laid maps of the lands beyond the wall beside sketches of others drawn from trembling memories. They examined shards of dragonglass and pieces of shattered blue swords. Ned listened to reports, weighed losses, made calculations. He felt like a butcher counting bones. "We can hold here for another assault," Mormont said at last. "Maybe 2 with your men. After that, if they push everything they have, if the others themselves come in numbers, I don't know." "Then we don't wait for them to come," Stannis said. "We go out. We take the fight to them." "Nah. You want to ride into their forest?" Mormont asked. I want to ride where they sleep, Stannis said. Or stand. Or whatever they do. If there's a heart to this winter, we cut it out. Ned thought of Bran's visions of a darkness he could not pierce. We don't know where that is, he said. Maybe someone does, Mormont said. His eyes flicked to Jon. Jon blinked. Me? He said. You and your wolf and your dreams? Mormont said. You've been seeing more than the rest of us. Don't pretend you haven't. The old gods have their fingers in your skull as much as they have in Bran's. No. Jon swallowed. He hesitated. I've dreamed of trees. Of circles. Of a place where the cold feels thicker. I don't know where it is. But I can try. Try quickly, Stannis said. Before the snow buries us. He said it harshly, but there was no cruelty in it. Only urgency. That night, Jon went to the weirwood beyond the wall. It stood in a small grove, its red leaves whispering in a wind that didn't touch his skin. Ghost lay at its roots, eyes half-lidded, ears twitching. Jon knelt and pressed his hand to the trunk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world dropped away. Cold slammed into him, not the biting chill of the wind or the sting of snow, but something deeper. He gasped, and there was no breath. There was only white. He stood, or seemed to stand, beneath a sky the color of iron over a land of ice. The horizon was jagged with distant mountains, teeth of blue and white. Between them stretched a plain of snow that had never known a thaw. At its center, a structure rose. It was not a castle. Not like the ones he knew. It was a thing of ice and darkness, half-formed, half-grown. Spires like frozen spears clawed at the sky. Walls shimmered as if they were made of frozen fog. The air around it crackled with cold so intense it hurt even in dream. Shapes moved along its ramparts. Tall, thin, crowns of ice. Jon's heart hammered. He stepped, or thought he did, closer. The ground beneath him did not crunch. It hummed, faintly, like distant drums. He saw, at the base of that terrible fortress, a pile of something. Not stones, not bones. Something that gleamed faintly, like glass, like shards. Valyrian steel. Dragonglass? Old magic? He couldn't tell. He reached out, instinctively. A hand closed on his wrist. Not physically. In the dream. He turned. Bran stood beside him, barefoot on the ice, eyes wide and too old. Don't, Bran said. They'll see you. They? Jon whispered. As if in answer, a head turned on the ramparts. Eyes like twin moons snapped toward them. The cold that hit then was unlike anything Jon had felt. It wasn't physical. It was inside. It was as if all the warmth in him had been yanked out through his eyes. Bran flinched. Back, he said. Back now. Jon tried. It was like pulling his hand from a frozen river. The cold clung, trying to drag him deeper. Ghost lunged in the dream, teeth snapping at nothing. The white eyes narrowed. A voice like cracking ice echoed in Jon's skull. You see? Then he was falling backward, tumbling through white, through gray, through green. He came to himself on his back in the snow, breath tearing in and out of him. Ghost stood over him, howling, fur standing on end. His hand ached. Bran's voice echoed in his head for a heartbeat, then faded. He sat up slowly. The world around him was just as cold, but comparatively it felt almost warm. He staggered back to the keep. There, he said hoarsely to Ned and Stannis and Mormont and the others. North of the wall. Far. In some kind of fortress. Ice. Old. The cold is thicker there. I can't tell you how far, but if we ride, it's weeks, maybe more. If we walk. He shook his head. Ride for weeks in that. Mormont said, looking out at the snow that already banked against the wall. We'll lose men to frost before we ever see another. We can't just sit, Renly said. We'll be whittled away here. We need more fire, Ned said quietly. As if in answer, a horn sounded from Eastwatch. 1 blast. 2 untau. 3 ben. God. Not the watch zone horn calls. These were different, lower, booming, like something out of another age. Riders scrambled to the parapets. Men pointed, shouting. Ships. Dozens of them. Black hulls, red sails. And above them, circling in the gray sky, 3 shapes that were not ravens and not clouds. They came in on the wind, larger than any bird, wings beating with a sound like thunder. Snow swirled around them, melting in their wake. Their shadows rippled over the frozen sea and the ice-choked harbor. One was black as coal, eyes burning red. One was green like deep forest. One was cream and gold. They shrieked as they came, the sound ripping through the cold air like a knife. Men on the wall dropped to their knees. Some screamed. Some laughed. Some simply stared, mouths open. Dragons, someone whispered. Ned stepped to the edge and looked down. The lead dragon swooped low over Eastwatch's battered towers, its wings stirring snow into wild spirals. On its back, a small figure clung. A woman with hair like spilled silver, braided tight, cloak snapping around her. She guided the dragon in a wide circle, taking in the wall, the castle, the men. Her eyes, even from this distance, seemed bright as coins. The dragon banked, rose, and came to hover, beating the air, a few spear lengths from the wall. Snow swirled around it in a wild halo. The woman raised a hand in greeting. I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, her voice carried, surprisingly clear over the wind, whether by echo or some trick of dragon and ice. Mother of dragons. I heard your ravens. Mnai. Stannis stepped up beside Ned, cloak whipping around him. And I am Stannis of House Baratheon, he shouted back. King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, protector of the realm. I wrote them. Her mouth curved in a fierce, humorless smile. Good, she said. Then we're both in the right place. The dragon shrieked again, a sound like fire-given voice. Below, on the plain of ice and snow beyond the wall, the darkness in the trees trembled, as if at the edge of sight, something older and colder took notice. On the wall, on the edge of the world, men who had once fought over chairs and borders and songs stood shoulder to shoulder, looking north and south. Ned felt the weirwood's roots under the ice, the weight of Bran's gaze from far away, the pressure of Jon's presence at his side. Ghost's breath steaming, Stannis' stubbornness like a rock, Daenerys' dragons like living fire. The door he had become a hinge for swung wider. Winter is here, he said, more to himself than anyone else. Then let it find us ready, Stannis replied. There was no more time for words. The war for the dawn had truly begun.